we're ready just to start. So I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Present.
Councilmember Bacala.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
The record show we have 6 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
And do we have any public speakers for our closed session agenda?
Mayor, we did receive one public comment speaker card from Mark Herbert, and the time limit is 3 minutes.
Welcome, Mr. Herbert.
Herbert, AnaheimGreece.com. I'd like to speak on the closed session topic, put it in some context. In 4 of the recent planning hearings, there were 4 significant omissions. In 2023, the scholarship prep hearing, the city failed to inform the residents that Jill Wallace, the lobbyist for scholarship prep, had avoided registering as a lobbyist. She waited until a couple weeks before the vote. She lobbied for over a year. Then the council and city attorney failed to enforce the regulation when requested by residents. In 2024, the Disney Forward hearing, the city failed to ask for a copy of the 30-page Cal State University Fullerton economic report that they used as the basis for the overriding considerations they cited to overrule the unmitigated findings in the 17,000-page EIR. The public was never able to see this report. The council relied on a summary of the report drafted by Disney based on proprietary data supplied by Disney. In 2024, the Midway street closure hearing, the city accepted a price based on a 3-year-old appraisal that was reduced by $500,000 for clearance reasons. The public was not allowed to see the appraisal until the developer won the approval of the council. Also, this is the first I noticed that there was a falsification of addresses submitted by the developer to the 6th cycle housing element back in August 2021. This activity was repeated in the next part. In the current 2024 Deer Park hearing, the city accepted falsified addresses from the developer. Again, it's the August 21st submission to the housing element, 6th cycle. And these falsification of addresses occurred in P36, P35, and P57. In each case, the addresses weren't a simple mistake. They were several blocks or miles away from where the project landed. Again, the city did not come across this. The staff missed it. The council missed it. The planning commission missed it. Again, it's been brought to your attention several weeks ago. There's been no talk of enforcement of the falsification. This may be one of the reasons the state hasn't approved the state housing element yet. Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers on the closed session agenda. Noting for the record, we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on the closed session agenda, and we will recess to closed session.
Mayor, do I get a turn to speak?
For the regular council, we'll come back at 5 o'clock.
Well, okay, we're working on the ban on the public camping, and I was telling Norma Kappas Kurt that a while ago. Okay, y'all work on that.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I wanted to tell you. And I'm doing my security for Disney on the sex trafficking.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order, please. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Present.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Rubacava.
Present.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Vessel.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
Thank you. So the first item on our agenda is going to be an invocation to be offered this evening by Reverend Lisa Smith from Canyon Hills Presbyterian Church. Following that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Leon to lead us in the flag salute. Reverend Smith, please begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken, and thank you, council members. I'd invite all who would like to join me in prayer. Creator of all that is and will be, we draw before you this day neighbors, leaders, and workers, each unique, each with talents and dreams and gifts. We seek your guidance today. Help us to listen for your wisdom and support one another in dialogue, even when we disagree. May our discussion be meaningful so that the decisions made this day will support our city, its communities, and all who call Anaheim home. Keep us mindful of not only what is happening in our city, but around our state, our country, and our world. We know that the earth continues to groan, mountains move, and seas roar. We pray for those affected by the line fire and airport fire and others across our state and nation. We pray for those in the path of Milton and for those still reeling from Helene. And too often, war and terror become the answer when we cannot find a way to love our neighbors. God, you know, you suffer with all who face the dread of terror and the horror of war. May our efforts today bring a positive impact to those who may be suffering or feel isolated and without hope. Thank you for those who have chosen to serve. May we all continue to strive to make a better world. Amen.
In the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God bless America, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
So next on our agenda is a recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 2 this evening, recognizing October 6th through the 12th, 2024 as Fire Prevention Week, and recognizing October 5th through the 13th, 2024 as California Water Professionals Appreciation Week. And Mayor and City Council, we do have representatives to pick up each proclamation. So we do have a representative for Fire and Rescue.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for this important proclamation. My name is Lindsay Young, and I am your Fire Marshal. Anaheim Fire and Rescue is teaming up with National Fire Protection Association, the official sponsor of Fire Prevention Week for more than 100 years, to promote this year's Fire Prevention Week campaign, Smoke Alarms Make Them Work for You. The campaign works to educate about the importance of having working smoke alarms in the home. According to NFPA, smoke alarms reduce the risk of dying in a home fire by more than half. Anaheim Fire and Rescue encourages all residents to actively support the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme, and we offer these key safety tips to keep your family safe. First, install smoke alarms in every bedroom, outside each separate sleeping area, like a hallway, and on each level of the home. Second, make sure smoke alarms meet the needs of all family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities. Next, test smoke alarms at least once a month by just pushing a test button. It's really very easy. And lastly, please replace all smoke alarms when they're 10 years old. That's the part that a lot of people miss. To find out more about smoke alarm safety or other safety programs that we have at Anaheim Fire and Rescue, please visit our website or check us out on social media. Thank you so much.
And Mayor, we do have representatives from the Anaheim Public Utilities Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name is Candace Espinoza, and I am an Associate Engineer in the Water Services Division for Anaheim Public Utilities. California Water Professionals Week, Appreciation Week, highlights the important role of water industry professionals and local public water agencies in ensuring safe and reliable tap water statewide, including here in our Anaheim community. I have the privilege of working alongside our dedicated and committed employees who work every day to maintain and improve infrastructure, sustainably manage water resources, and ensure water quality. My career in the water industry has been very rewarding, and I get to work with very talented operators, engineers, field crews, laboratory technicians, and administrative staff. On behalf of the department, thank you for your recognition of California Water Professionals Appreciation Week.
So clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, we do have one. Item number 17 on the consent calendar is an introduction of an ordinance relating to the procurement of certain equipment, materials, supplies, and services for the Public Utilities Department, as well as an agreement with Procurability. Staff has requested to withdraw that item from tonight's agenda.
Okay. Thank you very much. And can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers so they can line up and address the council?
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council, except for scheduled public hearings. The public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not called during this first public comment period, and it will be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I would also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas noches a todos. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, tenga la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la Secretaría Municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Muchas gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we'd like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, or slanderous or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:17 with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 6:47 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask speakers that once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can please line up at the podium. And Mayor and City Council, we currently have 9 speakers to address the City Council on agenda items. And if the first person can please step forward, Bulmaro Vicente.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Bulmaro Vicente. I'm the Political and Policy Director at Chispa. I'm here to speak on item 21, the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance under discussion. First, I want to thank the Mayor Akins, for placing this on the agenda. The need for inclusionary housing is long overdue, and we need our elected officials to continue pushing common sense policies like this at the dais. First, I'd like to address a common misconception that passing inclusionary housing policies creates more hurdles to producing homes in the city. This is the same argument we heard a few years ago when the city of Santa Ana was discussing and ultimately passing its own inclusionary housing ordinance, despite real estate interests claiming that such policies will halt housing development. Santa Ana continues to build more housing, including affordable homes for its residents. Santa Ana is just one of many cities across the states benefiting from similar policies. We support the Kennedy's Commission's recommendation to strengthen the current inclusionary housing requirements modeled after successful examples from Santana, Irvine, and other cities statewide. For large projects, including 20-plus units, we support the following. 1, a minimum of 15% of the units should be rented to low-income households. 2, a minimum of 10% should be rented to very low-income households. 3, a minimum of 5% should be rented to extremely low-income households. And 4, a minimum of 10% should be available at an affordable housing cost. For sale units, 10% should be reserved for moderate income families. For smaller projects, less than 20 units, in lieu fees should range from $6 to $12 per square foot, depending on the number of units. We hope that the city of Anaheim follows the lead of other cities by taking these important steps to address its housing crisis. Strong inclusionary housing policies are crucial to ensuring that affordable homes are built for those who need them most. And we believe this ordinance is a critical part of the solution. Thank you.
Can we have the next speaker step forward? Caesar?
Good evening. I don't have comments on general comments, but I do have on 21. Are we doing those now? Yes? Okay, great. Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Cesar Covarrubias, Executive Director of the Kennedy Commission. We are here to support the proposal that's before you to put together an inclusionary housing ordinance that would help address the dire needs of housing for lower income families in our community here in Anaheim. And those are families making anywhere from $30,000 to about $80,000 a year. Housing that is not being built in the market for that sector needs to be the priority under this ordinance. And we do see that there is a proposal before you. We are supportive of the proposal. Would also encourage the council to look at creating greater affordability within 15% versus 10% on the ordinance. And on the in lieu fee, I know that there is a threshold of 20 units or more for the in lieu fee or the inclusionary to apply. But we do feel that there is an opportunity also to provide some in lieu fees on the lower income, on the lower units, 20 and less, that will not potentially be able to internalize the affordable housing on site, but a fee is appropriate in that situation. And most of the cities that we have been working on have analyzed that and understand that it's not feasible to build on site, but it is feasible for them to pay, especially because the in lieu fee is so low, right? $15 a square foot or $10 a square foot. That's really a minimal amount of money considering what it really costs to build a unit, where you're thinking about $400,000, $500,000 per unit. And then lieu fee is really an opportunity for your staff to be able to get other funding with that money. So we would encourage you to look at all those opportunities and are here to support. Thank you.
We have our next speaker step forward, Julian G.
Good afternoon. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in support of the inclusionary housing ordinance. I also agree that the inclusionary housing ordinance should be implemented, but it should also be expanded just so that way that way it could be a lot more effective in providing homes and providing homes for lower income families, as well as providing development opportunities for apartments. So they should be expanded in the following way. For 20 plus units, there should be either 15% to lower income, 10% to very low income, 5% to extremely low income, or 10% divided between 5% to low income, 3% to very low income, and 2% to extremely low income. Additionally, there should be a 10% of the for sale units to be set aside for moderate income families, with a $15 per square foot for larger developments. For smaller developments, there should be a $6 to $12 scale in lieu fees for these units. And this will be able to ensure that not only can Anaheim's working families be provided a home, but they could also, this will ensure that Anaheim's working families can be provided a home and also have the same opportunities at housing as everyone else. Thank you so much and have a good rest of your day. Bye.
Our next speaker, Mike Robbins.
Good evening. I think 15% is supposed to be mandatory for new housing builds, for affordable housing. And I hope you note that after they passed rent control in Santa Ana, it did not seek to exist as a city. It's still there. But on 19, we're talking about adding more onerous rules for the people on the streets. And I was speaking with one of them today, and this is just the words from the person I was speaking to. They're stressed out. To look over their shoulder. We need help, medical care. We're stressed out getting to the next hour. This is supposed to be humanity. These laws are contrary. They can't be effective for Woonwalk to do their job. Civil rights. We fought for civil rights. People don't know what's happening on the streets here, but they know all the BS that's online. This is civil rights. It's a smack in the face. And they're trying to treat it as a walk in the park. But you know something I'm going to add in, but they can't walk in the park because that's going to be loitering. They're going to be warned about that. And if they're warned twice, then they're going to be threatened with going to jail after the third warning. And I'll add, I won't say the bad word at the end. He said, I'm worn out going through this SHIT. That's from a homeless person, not from me. It's from the words of the people on the streets. And I hope you take that to heart. Thank you very much. On 19, we can't add more onerous rules. What's out there now, we need to help the people on the streets. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Erica Miller-Nguyen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable city council members. I agree with item 12 in support of the amendment with Fromey Developments. They have been our landlords for many years as well, and I think it's a very important amendment to continue. Additionally, I am Erica Miller-Nguyen, founding artist of Chance Theater and currently serving as chair of the Anaheim Cultural and Heritage Commission. Tonight, I stand before you to extend a personal invitation to our upcoming Chance Theater Gala on November 2nd, and to emphasize how crucial this event is to the sustainability of our organization. For over 26 years, Chance Theater has been a cultural pillar in Anaheim, providing a powerful platform for storytelling, arts education, and community engagement. Through our productions, outreach programs, and new play development, we inspire dialogue, foster empathy, and offer a space for all voices to be heard. Whether it's youth workshops, programs for teens on the autism spectrum, or veteran storytelling projects, ticket donations, or pay what you can tickets, we're committed to ensuring that everyone in Anaheim can access and participate in the arts. But none of this happens without support. Our annual gala is just 3 weeks away, and while we are excited for the evening ahead, we need your support to ensure its success. As of now, ticket sales are only half full, and we're reaching out to ask for your help. We understand this event is close to the election. Maybe you're unsure about dressing up or taking a night away from everything happening in the world, but this is precisely why we'd love for you to join us. Our recent productions, like the award-winning Sweeney Todd and the Pulitzer Prize finalist Gloria, have only been possible because of the generosity of patrons. By attending the gala, you're helping us continue to create impactful live theater that brings our community together here in Anaheim. Whether you prefer to dress up or keep it casual, please come as you are. Take a moment to step away from the sometimes divisive world of politics and celebrate the power of the arts, a space where people connect, stories unfold, and community thrives. We need your support, now more than ever, as we continue finding our way back from the challenges of the pandemic. Please consider joining us and making a difference. I have invitations for all of you, and in case anyone else who is watching would like to have more information, they can go to chancetheater.com/gala to purchase tickets or make a donation. Thank you all for your generosity and your commitment to the arts here in Anaheim. We hope to see you at the gala. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Richard Daniels.
The fundamental truth of this society is, which seems to be overlooked time and time again, is the need for housing and the homeless issue. And we seem to just kind of like put a little bit on one thing and a little bit on this, a little bit on that, but we don't address the issue flat out. And I've said it time and time again, we can send satellites across the universe, across the solar system, and land them on the back of a comet going 84,000 miles an hour. But we can't find places for people to live. And now we have this 19 here. You're talking about people staying in the park and living in the park, and what goes on with that, which is, yes, absolutely, that's true. But find a alternative. You're just saying, well, you can't do that, but give me an alternative. What can you do? What will you do? In the time that you spend on this council, that this issue will never go away. It'll just be passed on from council to council year after year. And it's not just, because I know your authority is limited in this case, the state of California, the federal government has to definitely stand up. They have to address this issue once and for all, because it just keeps lingering. And I see more and more people that are living in almost third world conditions. As I head back to West Anaheim, I'm going to see people sleeping at the bus stop and just living in filth in the greatest country in the history of the planet Earth, the richest, most prosperous society that's ever been on this earth, and yet we can't seem to address these fundamental issues. What is wrong with us, for God's sakes? Is this just gonna, well, we're gonna just throw a little bit on that and then just pass it off to the next council as years go on? And you can't keep doing that. You just, now is the time for us to step up and get the funding, whether it's federal, state, whatever, everybody pass the hat, and let's get this situation. Yeah, you don't want people living in the park. Of course not. I don't enjoy, going to the park and it's junk and filth left or, sitting around and at the various, points in the park there that basically, I grew up with La Palma Park for sure. And then going back to Pearson, back when I was a child, and it's just like seeing people that live in, like, even animals don't have that much to deal with the filth, and you wouldn't expect that from anybody to have to live that way. And we need to not only find a place for the people in the park, but we can't just say arbitrarily, you have to leave, you can't stay here, but we don't have an answer of where you can go. And then you'll push them down the street, they'll go to Buena Park, which they do in West Anaheim. They just go over to Buena Park, and then when the heat dies down, they move back over to my side in Anaheim. And this has gone on for years. My sister lived like that. She was on the streets for several years, and she wound up dying on the street. And I had to go claim her at West Anaheim Hospital give her a kiss on the forehead, and take her belongings before they took her to the coroner's office. And this is just, now most of her contemporaries are dead since she passed away in 2014. This has got to stop, people.
Dwayne Roberts, editor and publisher, AnaheimInvestigator.com. I'm here before you this evening to express my deep reservations about item number 19 and the ramifications it will have upon civil liberties should it be approved. As I alluded to in the email I sent, Chapter 1111, one of the proposed ordinances, appears to contain language which directly violates the First Amendment. I have read this ordinance carefully, and it apparently makes it unlawful for anybody to sit on a sidewalk even if pedestrian access isn't being impeded. Though it does allow people to sit for certain lawful events, it strongly implies this act is only permissible if they are watching a parade or something similar. Section 111120 states it is not a violation of this ordinance if you, quote, sit for purposes of viewing a legally conducted parade or similar lawful or permitted event, end quote. In other words, the language suggests you only have the legal right to sit on a sidewalk if you are a spectator of an event previously authorized by the city. However, it ignores the fact the First Amendment does give people the right to sit on a sidewalk if they are engaged in free speech activities. For example, somebody could set up a movable chair and table on the sidewalk in front of City Hall and distribute political or religious literature to passers-by. Persons who have health problems or face other challenges could participate in a sidewalk protest while being seated in wheelchairs and walkers. Moreover, no permit is needed. Though the city can regulate the time, place, and manner of such activities, their power is limited because courts have ruled sidewalks are public fora. Because this ordinance is vague and overly broad and potentially can have a chilling effect on constitutionally protected conduct, this item needs to be tabled until further notice. Kick it back to the city attorney, have him clean up the confusing wording, and insert language stating it isn't applicable to activities protected by the First Amendment. I thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Dan Vazenelek. I'm with AT&T, and tonight I'd like to speak about agenda item number 20. I wanted to start off by saying our company, my team, has been working very closely with public utility staff, and they've been great. We've had some high-level meetings recently, and we've worked through brainstorming, some solutions and ideas on things that we think collectively will help us get these poles removed in underground districts quicker. But we do have a few issues that I wanted to bring up. I submitted a letter. I hope you've had the chance to read. And so there's a couple of items, really two categories. We have meetings that we've set up that we've been attending with staff, and those have been extremely helpful by alerting us to changes and ideas. But there are still things that happen outside of those meetings or things that just aren't brought to our attention, for whatever reason during a project which cause delays, right? So there could be issues, change to the environment, new construction, different street projects, errors made, maybe by a subcontractor in some of the placement of the conduit. And many of those issues do require us to go back, potentially redesign some of our work. Some of that rework may cause us to go back to Public Works, right, and submit permits with Public Works Department, which puts us in queue, which could be 3 to 4 months, to get those permits approved out, and then we can get back to starting work. So we understand the city really is interested in trying to push to get these poles off as soon as possible. We understand that 12-month commitment is something that we will strive for, and I think in most cases should be able to achieve, but there are instances that are out of our control. And so we want to make you folks aware. We were happy to see that there is, the ability for us to work with staff on projects that are larger and more complex, and we may be able to change some of those durations in that instance or those instances. The other issue that we have, or area of issues, there are some legal concerns. The first one is the fact that the ordinance as drafted, the amendment, calls these poles a public nuisance once they've been topped by the utilities department, sort of assuming that they're no longer inspected and they're just sitting out there and dangerous potentially. These poles are still regulated by the CPUC like any other vertical pole in the state of California. So there's still inspections that are required based on CPUC protocol. So they're not abandoned. They're no longer the responsibility of your utility department, but they are now they're still under the CPUC purview. So I wanted to make that clear. We think it's not a good precedence to call these a nuisance. It doesn't really bode well for the public to think that these poles, once they've been topped, are probably.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Well, thank you very much thank you.
Our next speaker, if they can step forward.
Good evening, Council. I'm Carolina, and I was born and raised right here in Anaheim, and like many of my fellow residents, I'm now a renter. So for me, the problem of affordable housing isn't theoretical, it's real and it's personal, and I see it affecting the people that I care about every single day. Rents in Anaheim are skyrocketing faster than our residents can keep up with, and through policy neglect, we're leaving them behind. Other cities, Costa Mesa, Santana, Irvine, they've already passed inclusionary housing policies. They're not sitting around waiting for the perfect moment, they've acted and it's working. Developers in those cities are building affordable units and mixed income communities are thriving. So these policies aren't radical, they're practical, they're principled, and they're overdue. Inclusionary housing isn't some fringe experiment, it's not pie in the sky, it's common sense. It's saying in the most straightforward way that if you're going to build in Anaheim, if you're profiting from the city, you have a responsibility to give back. Some of you have argued that somehow this policy is going to drive developers away, but let's be honest for a second. We're home to Disneyland, a world-class convention center, and a booming tourism industry. Developers aren't going to pack up and leave in droves because we ask them to contribute to affordable housing and to look out for their neighbors. Developers are eager to build here because they know what they stand to lose if they don't. We're an economic powerhouse. There's never going to be a shortage of interest in us, but right now there's a shortage of interest in investment when it comes to our community's right to thrive. And thank you, Mayor Aiken, truly, for recognizing that and taking action. That's exactly the leadership we need in this moment. I grew up here. I share that pretty often, and this is my home. My family is here, my friends are here, my community, everything that I know and love and fight for is here. And I don't buy it. I don't buy that we're unable to meet the moment. I've never bought that. I don't buy that we're destined to become a place that only the wealthy of us can afford. It's not the future that any of us deserve, and it's not a future that any of us, including you, should accept. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight.
Our next speaker, they can step forward. And following the speaker is Father James Noble and Adam Wood.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Diana Kotler, and I'm CEO for the Anaheim Transportation Network. We are here today to speak on item number 15, which represents a potential funding source for the City of Anaheim and Anaheim Transportation Network. As you know, ATN is a federally recognized public transit operator for the City of Anaheim, and we operate under a franchise ordinance with the City of Anaheim. As a federally recognized public transit agency, that does not guarantee us that we are eligible to receive state transit assistance, and that's the item that is in front of you today. The item, agenda item number 15 represents the first step in a pretty comprehensive process for the receipt of state transit assistance dollars. Through the agenda item today, we will be allowed to be put as Anaheim, as a community of Anaheim, on the state controller's list. That will allow for ATN to submit certain metrics and ridership information to the state of California, which in turn will produce to the city of Anaheim approximately $1.5 million every single year. Any future action for the allocation of the state transit assistance dollars will come back to the city of Anaheim and to the city council for consideration and allocation to ATN or the projects that potentially would come through this funding. The state of California is currently debating numerous options that would be available to them because of the conversion of vehicles and incorporation of zero-emission vehicles as part of its revenue sources that are generated as part of the State Transit Assistance Program. And this agreement gives us an opportunity to provide flexibility as to how the city of Anaheim and ATN will potentially use this money and account for this funding. It would also provide us with flexibility to apply for competitive dollars in any future state transit assistance dollars that will come out from the state of California. It will also allow us an opportunity to partner with the city to submit some competitive applications for public transit services in the city of Anaheim. As part of this agreement, I also wanted to make sure that we thank our Public Works Department for their work to help us prepare this agreement and present it to you for your consideration. And I also wanted to thank our Senator Umberg for his leadership in leading us in this topic. And of course, thank you to the City Council for consideration of this matter. Thank you.
Our next speaker, they can step forward.
Thank you, council members. The first thing, as a matter of comment, I'm going to ask Norma and Carlos to pay attention and not be looking down at their own business. Now, a lot of people are coming in and they're giving you lots of problems, but they're not giving you any solutions. I'll quote Richard Daniels, what can you do? What will you do? Well, first off, let me try to help you a little bit. 30% of housing to low income sounds like a lot until you talk about the fact that people have been leaving the city. Opening up for affordable, low income, and extra low income is a good thing, because these are the people who work the jobs, picking up the trash, doing the food services, etc. Now, long-term solution is housing. And yes, we need to look at that, but let's add a clause on this, that anyone in recipient of this affordable, low-income, extra low-income housing has to have landed immigrant or citizen status to get it, not illegal immigrants. Because you guys employ in the city massive numbers of illegal immigrants in the tourist corridor. The people on the street can use those jobs. The people in Albuquerque, New Mexico who want to leave the city need those jobs. So how hard is it to vacuum a floor and make a bed? Get these people the opportunity. How about mandating E-Verify to make sure that's complied with? Now, short term, you see the way I dress deliberately. It's getting cold out there. What do we do? Well, I've been looking for the solutions. I'm going to give you a couple sites right now. Luigi's Restaurant, intersection of State College and South Street, been closed for years. Right down the street is Exer Urgent Care. There's your medical. Right across the street is Albertsons. There's your food. They have plumbing facilities. They've got electrical that can be indoor for people and also outdoor space there. There's your first site. Second site, and this one's kind of interesting, but you have to understand that Ken Potrock, who you gave 3 streets to for free, is concerned about his multi-trillion-dollar corporation. How about all the homeless people making between 100 and 250 a day panhandling, suckering those clients of Mr. Potrock? Well, you've got a perfect site, 1750 Harbor Boulevard, known as the Village, right next to Castle Inn and Suites. How hard would it be to even make it cosmetically correct and make it look like a medieval village full of tents? Set up security so that people are going in and out. Block the drugs and give them a place to live where they're not harassing the clients, not affecting the tourism, which affects the money for social services, but actually gives them a place where you're not moving them out of the area, but you're guaranteeing they do not harass the clients. Now, someone talked about La Palma Park. He didn't mention about the fact that there was a sweep and at least 12 people were picked up for drug violations.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. We'll start how we always do. Inclusionary zoning kills more housing than it creates. I think we've heard a lot about common sense policies tonight. I think it's fairly common sense to say that when you tax something, you get less of it. Tonight, we're talking about putting a tax on the production of all new housing within the city. There's a unanimous agreement. Every expert will tell you that we have a supply crisis in California. For over 40 years, we have not built the required housing to meet the needs of the people who live in this state. Today, we're doing something that's going to make it harder to make more housing. I think it's particularly egregious when we look at the inclusion of for sale within this requirement. I think this undermines really the core principles of the American dream. When you buy your house, you're investing in something. You want to be able to put your money into it, improve it, make it better. What we're doing here with this policy is we're putting a cap, and the government is saying, I appreciate that you want to invest in your home, but you will not get that money back. There is a fixed amount that you can ever sell this for. You're deed restricted. That money's gone. That goes against the entire premise of what a for sale product is all about. There's also a steady drumbeat out there that tries to conflate with inclusionary zoning as the only way to produce affordable housing. There's a lot of ways to get to affordable housing. Frustrating that we've only come forward with this one. I'd say inclusionary is probably the worst approach because it puts the burden and costs right back on others. And essentially what we're doing is we're creating a lottery system. There's going to be a few lucky winners who are going to get some of these heavily subsidized housing units that are created, but the majority of people are going to end up paying more for it. It's like saying we're going to solve poverty in California because we've got the Powerball lottery. It's not going to work. So with that in mind, we also heard a lot tonight about some other cities are doing it. It hasn't stopped production. I don't think anybody would come up here tonight and say that in Santa Ana, Irvine, or any of these other cities that we have solved the affordability crisis. Inclusionary zoning has been around for a very long time. It has been tried in diverse jurisdictions up and down the state. There isn't one of those jurisdictions that is out there saying, well, don't worry, we solved it. Our city's got this figured out because we put inclusionary in. All it does is create a new burden and hurdle for production. It's also very frustrating to come up and hear that this is the only approach. Basically what we're talking about is we're looking for money. The government here is looking for money to produce affordable housing. Well, there's a lot of money out there in Anaheim. The LPMR funds are coming up pretty soon. That's a lot of money, but we're not talking about that at all. So far, every speaker has said it has to be developers. The only industry that produces housing has to be responsible for this affordability crisis. That seems very counterintuitive to me. And with the last few seconds, I would sort of a point of order or clarification question maybe for the city attorney. In the staff report, it says this takes effect today, but it requires a second reading. I don't know if you can do that under 3:30, but I'm not sure, so thanks.
Next speaker, if they can please step forward.
City Council. Tonight I stand before you as a homeless and housing advocate, 7 years strong. Prior to that, 25-year real estate agent, marketing and selling homes in exclusive high-end areas in Orange County. Tonight, I'm speaking on item number 16. Should the resolution of the City Council pass approving the acquisition of the Crown Motel located across the street from La Palma Park, I'd like to recommend temporary use of it for the city's upcoming implementation of a program that will help folks after the targeted encampment clearing that will provide for them bridge housing, care, and support. As you all know, the city of Anaheim did receive $3 million out of $130 million that Gavin Newsom afforded California. Only 18 communities stepped up to go after that money. And as always, I applaud the city of Anaheim, the Grants and Initiatives Department. I love these ladies. They augment the work that I do. As you all know, I started out doing homeless outreach, and so I'd like to see this movement grow eventually. I'd like to see the implementation of consideration for the Kennedy Commission for item number 21 and to consider, sorry, guys. Inclusionary housing. So I'm an advocate for inclusionary housing, particularly for the low, very low, and extremely low income levels. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Tanya Navarro.
Hi, City Council members. My name is Tanya Navarro, and I want to briefly convey to you some of the fear that comes with the rising cost of living and how that impacts your daily life. As a young girl, I remember having a conversation with my parents where they prepared me for the possibility of us losing our home. As a young girl, it stuck with me every day, and it impacted everyday decisions that I needed to make. I thought twice about participating in school sports because that meant I would have to purchase a uniform. I thought twice about going to the doctor, about getting a birthday cake, and about getting new shoes even when mine felt tight. That's what's at stake here tonight. Brea, Irvine, Santa Ana, San Clemente, Laguna Beach, San Juan Capistrano, La Habra, and more cities have implemented laws requiring developers to construct affordable homes in their housing projects. As a resident of Santa Ana, the council members took a stand for their constituents and adopted an inclusionary housing ordinance policy. Those decisions directly impacted residents and made sure that some of them didn't have to feel the way that I did. And now Anaheim has the opportunity to truly make a difference for your constituents by adopting an inclusionary housing ordinance and reminding developers that developing in our communities is a privilege. In Santa Ana, we haven't completely solved the housing crisis, but we've definitely seen the benefits of the policy firsthand. And our inclusionary housing efforts have resulted in over 4,000 new units, with many of them being affordable. Last year alone, we approved more than 1,000 affordable housing units. This isn't just about the numbers, it's about the families finding a home and thriving in their communities. Right now, many residents in Anaheim are struggling to find affordable housing, and the city has allowed this to develop into a huge crisis for years. It's crucial that we require developers who directly drive up housing prices to contribute to the solution. Inclusionary housing is not just nice to have, it's essential for ensuring that everyone, regardless of income, has a place to call home in their community. The ordinance presented today is a great first step, and I think it can be better leveraged to serve the communities of Anaheim. I encourage you to adopt the suggestions given to you by the Kennedy Commission. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Suri Ramos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Isuri Ramos. I am the Deputy Director at Chispa, a planning commissioner, and a former consultant that produced housing elements for cities throughout Southern California. I'm excited to be here tonight. I'm excited that this has been agendized and is being discussed. And now that it's here, I implore you to act and implement a strong inclusionary housing policy. It is your responsibility to ensure that development in this city benefits our residents, especially the most vulnerable. Those who are one paycheck away from becoming homeless, those who live in severely overcrowded housing conditions, and those who put up with horrendous substandard conditions, risking their health because it's all that they can afford. The housing and homelessness crisis is complex, and this is one piece to the puzzle. Cities throughout California and the country have known this and have had inclusionary housing policies for decades. It's Anaheim's turn to prioritize affordable housing and require market rate developers to contribute to the affordable housing stock. Providing affordable housing is a shared responsibility, and it would be both irresponsible and immoral to shelf this policy or craft it in a way that makes little to no impact. And do not believe the BIA's rhetoric. I've heard it in the Santa Ana chambers, and it's not true. Development has not stalled, and the city has passed, since the city passed and strengthened its inclusionary housing policy over the last decade. The city has been able to develop a lot, both market rate and affordable, with the policy in place. And the in lieu fees that the policy created have helped create new affordable housing that have changed the lives of real people. This policy is not going to solve the housing crisis in Anaheim overnight, but it is going to help. And I ask you to please take that step tonight. Please do what is right and just. Pass a strong policy that requires a higher percentage of affordable housing units on site and a higher in lieu fee when they opt out. And I also noticed that there was no mention of providing units at the 30% AMI level, which is for extremely low. Please consider that, and also know that that is not the lowest level. There's also acutely low, and we have families in Anaheim that have those extremely low incomes, and you taking this step tonight is gonna improve the quality of life for those individuals. Please think of them.
Our next speaker, Penelope L.
Hi, my name is Penelope. I'm a resident of Anaheim, and I'm the organizing director at Chispa, and I am here to express my strong support for Agenda Item 21 to establish an inclusionary housing ordinance here in the city of Anaheim. So inclusionary housing policies are practical in securing a long-term funding or affordable housing. And like folks have mentioned, cities like Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Santana have successfully implemented such policies. And and they're helping address the housing shortages and the high costs associated with them. And in Anaheim, like in many communities, we are grappling with a housing crisis that is pushing long-time residents out of the city. And a robust inclusionary housing policy is essential to increase our affordable housing stock and ensure that all residents can thrive. While I appreciate the city's commitment to this discussion, I have a few concerns about the proposed in lieu fees structure, and I strongly support the recommendations made by the Kennedy Commission, which advocate for stronger requirements and higher fees to ensure the needs of low, very low, and extremely low income households. Adopting an inclusionary housing policy in this way will invite developers to be community partners in solving our housing crisis, not make it worse. And as a longtime renter, or a lifelong renter, I've rented my whole life, and I have experienced the struggles of rising costs firsthand. My husband and I actually owned rented our apartment of our own early in 2020, and each of us had to work multiple jobs just to pay rent and afford food. And even then, we were pushed out. Councilmember Leon, you have knocked on our doors, and we've opened it for you. I think you've also gotten to know the multiple families that live in my household. And I say that in a place of privilege because I know that our community members are suffering and many are struggling far beyond. And I know many who had to leave the city in search of affordable living, and families are being pushed into overcrowded conditions or forced to leave their homes altogether. And so I call you to act now to increase the availability of affordable housing to all income levels, particularly those who are most vulnerable. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Vern Nelson, followed by Karen Leon and Chris Leon.
Hello. I haven't been here for a while because I've been busy with the election, but I had to drop by to thank the mayor for bringing forward what I'm going to call an inclusionary housing ordinance because I don't like euphemisms. And I encourage the rest of you to support this. A lot of us have been trying to get something like this for at least a decade. Of course, it could be stronger. It should be focused on low and very low income, which is really what we need. And it would be better at 15 or 20%, which would be justified by this past decade of laissez-faire building of countless luxury market rate units, not much else, which some call gentrification. And it would be better without this in lieu fee. Some of my friends are having a hard time believing that fees given to this new housing trust fund will actually lead to more affordable housing. I hope the city proves them wrong. I really don't understand why Natalie Rubalcaba is so dead set against this when the development community seems to be asking for it. On the other hand, I thank Natalie for pushing for enforcement of rent control and tenant protections. The rest of you should back her on that. A couple of other things. Thank you, Masa. I'm not sure what sort of construction is underway on the north side of La Palma Park, but all the street parking is fenced off, which is really impacting at least the Salvation Army thrift store there. Everyone going to the dog park is now parking in the Salvation Army lot. We know that there's a huge parking space that belongs to the city on the west side of the Salvation Army, and it should be opened up while this project is ongoing. We've reached out to both Steve and Natalie about this. Finally, I want to thank everybody to our next Anaheim Democrat Club meeting Thursday night at 7, the last one before the election. We'll be having school board candidates speaking, the ones that are on your ballot. Anaheim is served by 5 different school districts, which can be confusing. We'll also be talking about the bond measure on our ballots, Measure K for the high school district, and maybe we'll be convinced that this bond is necessary and not excessive. But you won't know unless you come to the Anaheim Democrats Club this Thursday at 7 at the Unitarian Church, 511 South Harbor. Thank you. And keep working for more affordable housing and tenant protections.
Our next speaker, Chris Leon, followed by Laura Watkins and Tina Riley.
Hi, my name is Karen Tyser Leon. I've been a resident of Anaheim for 46 years. I've been a homeowner for 31. I live in the historic area just down the street. And I have a question for you guys, which I'm not really sure this is the right place to ask it. But what happened here? A couple of years ago, I remember that we were the leaders in low-income housing. And then all of a sudden, I open up the newspaper and find out we're behind. What happened? I know that in my area, which is District 3, right outside my area, there's just housing going up all over the place. And at the time, I thought, okay, you know what? This is a good cause. It's for low-income housing. It's a good thing. But then I find out it's not. And now my area is so crowded. Broadway looks like a stinking parking lot. And at times, I can't even get out of there without fear of being run over, either when I'm walking or when I'm driving my car, because people are going faster than 35. So basically, I wanted to ask you, and I don't know if I'm going to get an answer today. What happened? Why did we fall behind on low-income housing? I mean, we used to be the leaders, right? I mean, people were always talking about how great we were, and now we aren't. What happened with that? Is this the right place to get an answer for that?
Yes, so we're going to be discussing some items around affordable housing later on in the agenda. So hopefully you can stay and we can have some better information and answers for you.
Okay. Did you want to talk? Oh. So I yield my time to my husband.
Next speaker, Chris Leon.
Hello, my name is Chris Leon. I'm 31-year resident here. I grew up in Buena Park, came to Anaheim. Low-income housing. The developers don't give out low-income housing. Only a percentage of what they're developing is low-income housing, not the whole complex. So when these people are talking about low-income housing, they're thinking the whole complex is. It's only a percentage that they're selling. I work for Garden Grove Unified School District. The teachers in my district cannot buy apartments or anything in this because they're paying over $600,000, $800,000. That's not low-income housing. Anaheim used to have a first-time buyer plan in the 90s. We no longer offer anything for these people. So what's going on? Somebody getting kickbacks, and they're developing everywhere. Every piece of land that is here is gone. I still remember when there used to be fields. They're gone. Nothing's developing in Anaheim Hills. I remember when Anaheim Hills wanted to break off from Anaheim to pay because they didn't want to belong to us. And they wanted to leave because, we don't want to have nothing to do with, and they call it Anacrime. And then they couldn't leave because they found out it cost too much money. I've seen this place change a lot, the demographics and everything, but these people need help. They need low-income housing. So let's start doing it and stop lying to them that, oh, this is low-income housing, and it's not. We need to get them in. But also, who would raise their child in an apartment and send them to the schools? There's no place for them to play. Anaheim Hills has more parks than we do down here. Taxpayers paid for Anaheim Hills. My parents paid for that development. They have more parks up there than anything. I have friends that live up there. Everywhere I go, there's parks. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Laura Watkins, and I'm a general manager of the Best Western Park Place, which is at Harbor and East Shuttle Drive. I apologize, I didn't have a lot prepared today, but once I realized what was on the agenda today, I felt compelled to come down. I'm coming down as an advocate for my staff. We need to take back our bus stops. My staff, who is predominantly, 50% of my property is housekeeping, who rides the bus, and they are petrified to go out to the bus stop in front of my property because of the element that is at the bus stop. Most recently, I watched people do drug use at the bus stop. Someone has recently OD'd in the last couple years at the bus stop. Today I did a health and welfare check. Last week I did a health and welfare check because I don't know if these people are sleeping or if they're dead. And God forbid a child walks past this and sees this. Or if my staff is out there waiting for the bus, they're being verbally assaulted. So instead they wait on property, they wait, they watch out the window, they wait in the parking lot because they're too afraid to go out to the bus stop. We need to take back our bus stops. I wish I had more prepared, but on a last minute notice, I'm here for my staff that rides the bus. Thank you. Because actually what they're doing, they're paying more money and they're taking Ubers. I'll ask them, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just gonna take an Uber. Why? Why are you gonna take an Uber? You have a bus pass. Because I don't wanna go out there. Sorry, thank you.
Our next speaker, Tina Riley, followed by Kenneth Batiste.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you so much for being here and for serving. I'm here tonight to just ask you to support number 19. For too long, we've been forced to sort of turn a blind eye to criminal behavior if someone looks like they might be mentally ill or unhoused. And I think that some of these ordinances might help to support APD in doing what they're sworn to do, which is to uphold the law. So that's it, short and sweet. Just please consider supporting it tonight. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Kenneth Batiste, followed by Sandra Caceres. Kenneth Batiste. And we'll go with the next speaker, Sandra Caceres.
Good evening, everybody. I'm not prepared today. I have no paper in Spanish this time. I'm here to talk about the affordable housing subject. I understand there's protocol and there's a whole process behind everything. It's not just affordable housing, everybody can apply, I get it. But can you guys, when you guys propose these things or these new items or these new programs, can you guys be a little bit more transparent as far as what does that mean as affordable? Affordable for who? For someone that is making $20 an hour or for someone that's making $50 an hour? Because right now, the affordable housing that you guys have out there, somebody making $20, $25 an hour is not qualifying for it. So who is this house is affordable for? Who? What kind of families? You guys already know the problems that we have with schools. We're losing students. Families are moving. Where my office is at, I have apartment complex where there's 3, 4, 5 families trying to live in one place. They're hardworking families, but they cannot afford to move out on their own. And what is exactly are you guys doing for those people? You guys say, oh, we're helping, we're gonna help the society, the community. Okay, which community? Anaheim Hills, Disneyland area, or the actual all Anaheim? You know, that areas where we're like, have a little shadow and maybe we don't exist for some of you. But we're there and we're working and we pay taxes and we try to help. But you guys, I'm not saying all of you, but in general, it seems like it keeps being overlooked. And our students are suffering, our kids are suffering. They're, trying to make ends meet, trying to eat, trying to see their parents trying to make money, try to pay bills. The kids take that in. They're not concentrating in school because they're seeing all this stuff that's going on. How can we help them? How can you guys help us? That's all I'm asking. Be more transparent on when you guys say affordable or what exactly you guys really want for us, if you guys are thinking of us. Thank you.
Next speaker, Kenneth Batiste.
Hello, everybody. First thing, giving honor to God, and God, those on the council serving the God of the people. What does it take to get this to understand? When you make a decision, are you making it for the developers, or are you making it for your residents? Developers are always going to holler about the cost. Why? Because it's their bottom line. And if you start taking money out of their pocket, they're going to bring the whole association talking about how it's going to make everything stand still. Reminds me of somebody else running for office. If they don't get in president, the world's going to end tomorrow. But anyway, trust me, guy. That's best you got is trust me. All right, back to inclusionary housing. It creates more affordable housing for the less fortunate. Why is that important? I've been fighting for this for the longest. I'm not a renter, I'm a buyer. But just because I buy and I'll have a home that has maybe something in the corner that says Stephen Lane means that I go ahead and get to go ahead and feel better when I don't look out for those who are less fortunate than me. The landlords, the associations, they have theirs. They've been making theirs. They're not going to stop. Do you know how much it costs? The Sir George rents from $25.35 to $48.75, almost $5,000 a month. So don't just look at Sir George, but look at everything around it. It goes up too. What are we doing? Are we creating a web to create more homelessness? Because it seems like we got a war on homelessness out there. Police taking encampments right off the street. When these people pray, they pray for a better world. They pray for us that are more fortunate. They pray for you to do the right decisions. The landlords, the corporate ones, they're going to tell you it's going to stop. It's going to fall. They're going to stop building. They're going to, excuse me, this is Anaheim. They're never going to stop building. Let's make it straight. This is one of the top attractions in the United States, right here in Anaheim. They'll never stop building. Can we start looking out for the homeless? Can we go ahead and get more affordable housing? That's what we do. Those of us that are house owners, that's what we should be doing. So when we go to sleep,
Mr. Batiste,
we can
your time is
sleep
up.
better for those who are less fortunate. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Craig Eisenman.
Good evening, council members. I'm here in support of 19. I hope that you guys will seriously consider it. Along with Laura, my hotel is located next door to her property. And our employees are fearful, and we are seeing more and more homeless in our area. Our hotels, in front of our hotels, it is starting to smell like urine on a nightly basis. And when everybody's home asleep at night, that's when the homeless roam in front of our hotels. And we need the help, and we need to give the police the help. I was at a meeting earlier this afternoon and was talking with some of the police officers, and they say that a lot of these homeless are coming in from other cities because we are offering the resources for them, and I think that's a great thing. And I know that the resort community wants to do more to help, and we go out and we collect at the different, at all of our hotels, old towels and mattresses and sheets, to help out. And we want to be part of the solution, and we will be part of the solution, but we need help to protect our employees, our guests, the people coming to the resort area. So we're asking you tonight to please consider our needs and continuing to have guests come in from all over the world to our great resort, and to have people out on the streets urinating, being naked out in front of our hotels. They are going to stop coming. And I've heard over and over again tonight that they're not going to stop coming, but you're not in meetings that we're in with people from all over the world, and it is getting out all over the world, and people don't want to come to a place that's not safe. So please consider 19. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Marisol Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Marisol Ramirez. I was born and raised in Anaheim, currently a resident of District 3, and current interim co-executive director for Orange County Communities Organized for Responsible Development. We gathered today in support of item 21 to establish an inclusionary housing ordinance in Anaheim. This ordinance is long overdue, and we, along with our collective partner organizations, wholeheartedly support this implementation. However, we believe some adjustments are necessary to maximize its effectiveness. Do you want me to go through? Anaheim faces a critical shortage of affordable housing, and the consequences are dire. Many of our residents, including essential workers, are forced into extreme living conditions. We're seeing multiple families crowded into single-family homes, with parents and children sharing small spaces, sacrificing privacy and quality of life. This overcrowding isn't just a matter of discomfort, it affects the health, well-being, and the dignity of our community members. Many neighborhoods are grappling with severe parking shortages as multiple car-owning families squeeze into homes designed for single families. The housing crisis extends beyond individual families. It's having a profound impact on our families and communities institutions, particularly our public schools, as families are priced out of our neighborhoods, and we're seeing a concerning decline in student enrollment. This not only affects the vitality of our schools, but it also leads to reduced funding and resources, compromising the quality of education for those that remain. This ordinance is a crucial step toward addressing the multifaceted crisis we face in the city, and we must ensure it's robust enough to make a real difference. We know that this won't entirely solve and resolve our housing crisis, but it is a starting point. We recommend that Anaheim adopt inclusionary requirements similar to successful models implemented in Santana, Irvine, and other cities statewide. We believe that this approach will help Anaheim meet its affordable housing goals, provide much diverse needed housing opportunities and options for working class families, and alleviate the overcrowding that's straining our neighborhoods. We urge the City Council to adopt these recommendations submitted by the Kennedy Commission. By doing so, Anaheim can join forward-thinking cities in addressing the housing crisis head-on. This ordinance, with our proposed adjustments, will create more inclusive neighborhoods, support our workforce, strengthen our schools, ease parking pressures, and build a more equitable Anaheim where families can live in dignity. We look forward to working with the city to implement this critical ordinance and create a more affordable, livable Anaheim for everyone. Anaheim should be a city where everyone can afford to live, work, and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, we have live Spanish translation for those that have the headsets, as well as our meetings are translated. So unless anyone has any further questions, I think we can move on.
Yes.
I know, but our meetings are translated as well as we have live translation for those that need it on the speakers. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. We have concluded those that are speaking to City Council on agenda items. We will now move to our general comments, which is 10 speakers, and I'll call the first speaker forward. Cecil Jordan Corkin.
Oh, there's Cecil.
I've been trying to process the issues on the safety of the sex trafficking. There was a guy that got busted for it. I have it in his notes here as far as that goes, Outreach Homeless Ministries. It was on the CNN News on my computer, and we were trying to work on this matter to get that straightened out, and there wasn't nothing we could do to straighten it out on Disney, but warn the parents that there's a sexual side of Disney and there's a children's side of Disney. And you got to be careful with Disney. And the homeless are still back in the banding of the shelters, banding of the tents, the camping tents, and that's what we're looking at. And we're still working on what it was in 1955 when Disney came across. I don't know what process that his kingdom was trying to build. And they called him sex porn king. That's what they called him at one time, because he put it on television. And I finally saw some of it on television, and they finally got it banned on Spectrum television. Y'all need to be careful with going to Disney. That's what I'm going to say. And if anybody wants to contact me, they contact the city council. And anybody listen to this on the Mayor Channel 3, they need to make a decision on what they're gonna do to straighten this matter out. How long is it gonna take? We don't know. We just know it happened at one time. And Walt Disney supposed to have a family theme park at one time. But it's still ricocheting in sex trafficking in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. We pray for that to get safe one day. And the parents behave themselves with their children when they go down to the park. It's your choice to go to the park. Okay, Mayor, we're working on with you to see what's gonna happen.
Thank you, Cecil.
Under
Your time
that
is
matter.
up. Our next speaker, Manuel Hernandez.
Okay, we've done all we know. All we know to do is take care of ourselves.
Thank you, Cecil. Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Manuel Hernandez.
Good to live in Anaheim. Mickey, Mouser.
Government agencies are using mind control programs, also known as Havana syndrome, to create depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, and all forms of mental illness, including suicide. The only line of defense for mental illness is the medication provided by Big Pharma. I ask for the community of Anaheim, including the police chief, mayor, and city council, to join me in giving a united response to begin the process of eradicating mental illness, homelessness, and drug addiction. The process will require making mental health treatment inexpensive so anyone can afford it. We must reach out to Big Pharma to start making medication that is safer, healthier, and better than any drugs on the streets. These medications exist because I take them. Continuous legal action will be taken in the form of public awareness until mental illness is eradicated.
Our next speaker, if they can step forward, Ruben Greg Soto.
How you doing, Mayor, City Council? Now, I was gonna play a song on my Bluetooth, I Don't Have to Live Like a Refugee by Tom Petty. Well, why am I living like a refugee in my car at 68 years old? Today's my birthday. I worked all my life, paid my taxes, paid my child support, but now I got this man right here, Honorable Congressman, right here from Washington, D.C. He's gonna help me out with all these cops beating me up and do what they do to me. And nobody's found this guy yet for downtown Disney. And now I just got this guy to help me. I got Michelle Still. I got Young Kim, which is for Anaheim. So it's little by little, I'll tear these guys apart what they do to this man that worked all his life, fight for ladies' rights, for predators. And these guys right here, what they do to me, evidently they don't like the woman. That's all I can say. You have a good day.
Next speaker, John Walton Spring, followed by Paul Hayek and Brian Kay.
Due to alleged false statements fabricated about me and conveyed by an Anaheim police detective for over 2 years, all of you have apparently been instructed to ignore me and to never respond. My wife died on October 12th, 2021. October 19th is Independence Day due to the Yorktown victory. October 28th is the 62nd anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Because I was the primary intelligence analyst, I am Top Gun. For 2 years, monitoring a victim on the internet since the fall of 2022, after she was administered the cruelest and most dangerous type of mind control on January 20th, 2022, at the age of 13, I am her only witness. Now at the age of 15 plus, she has a brain tumor because in addition to this form of mind control, taking complete control of the subconscious mind indefinitely, it also causes a severe permanent brain damage that can become fatal. She is not receiving any medical help. After doing extensive research on what I witnessed for an hour and statements recited by the victim on January 24, 2022, I reported the incident to an Anaheim police detective who went to the business located in Anaheim Hills, met with the owner and staff, so he closed the case before meeting with me, but brought along a male police officer and a female Orange County social worker for the sole purpose of providing mental or psychological care, without giving me an opportunity to explain in depth. Later, after talking with other law enforcement agencies, I discovered he had defamed me. So none of you would respond over the past 2 years. As a retired college instructor, I estimated she had an IQ over 160, which is above genius. Last night, I asked her on the internet if she remembered my late wife who died on October 12th, 2021. Unfortunately, she had lost her memory, even though she attended my wife's burial at a cemetery and thought the world of her earlier. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this has gone on far too long. I have been defamed by an unprofessional police officer who said to me later on the phone, "John, I hope they put you away." That is about the most insulting and most unprofessional thing I've ever occurred in my entire life. And ladies and
Sir,
gentlemen, I think
sir,
it's about high
I'm sorry,
time
your time is up.
that you realize that this young victim has suffered torture every day of her life.
The next
And you
speaker, if they
folks
could step
have
forward.
heard nothing about her.
Good evening, council. I have an announcement. 2, 1, we don't have a representative on the county level. Andrew Doe got canned. Number 2, I'm new resident of Anaheim. I'm still moving in. It took me 3 years to get in. And I can walk to city council.
Next speaker, if they can step forward.
Happy day. Well, I kind of had something all set up. I was going to come in here and but somebody greeted me out in the lobby, just walked right up to me, city employee, reached out with a fist bump, just positive, healthy communication. And I'll share, this employee and I haven't always gotten along. We haven't always been the nicest to each other, I guess. But today, a great big smile and a greeting. It really changes the world when you do that, when you greet your constituents. You know, the people who go to work every day so that these seats exist. You know, there's people who go out and work every day so that you guys, especially you know that. You're the businessman, right, Jose, sir? All for the businesses? Can't even acknowledge your public. What if I want to go down and eat at one of the restaurants you've promoted? You think the owner is going to be happy with you just sitting there ignoring me? That's all we've ever done. You know, we love you. It takes love. It takes respect. You know, maybe you don't feel like we love you personally, but we love the office of mayor. We love the office of city council. I mean, you're our representatives. How could we expect that your mother and father taught you anything different than our mothers and fathers taught us? Answer the phone call, conduct business, treat the other person like a human being, treat them like you would like to be treated. You know, the golden rule. And you know, you're talking about this housing. There's a reason why we don't have free housing. Because if you have free housing, people will target towards free housing. But it does need to be affordable. And you're the ones who make those decisions. Is it affordable or is it not? You're worried about the constituents and your people and who lives here. Well, you know, make new friends, keep the old. One is silver and the other is gold. So we're just here trying to help you make better decisions, healthier decisions. You know, we want to see you be as happy to see us as we are to see you. And I mean, I appreciate the intent, but it's kind of creepy. It's not like you're smiling. It's not like you're engaging. It's not like you're interacting with me. You know, probably one of the healthiest, friendliest interactions was with Norma. And I would almost expect every time any one of you see any of us, a smile. I mean, a straight up, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. We may have completely different opinions on how things work in the world and how each other lives, but we need to have that basic respect for the other person as a human being. And it's a shame that we have to come here and ask you for that, because we give it to you in spades every day. Happy day.
You have our next speaker step forward.
Yekwe Kwalitaki, good afternoon, City Council. Thank you, staff. I just want to thank the City Council for being very supportive with our Indigenous Peoples Day Committee and our murals. We've been adding murals now in every barrio. We've been working with our neighborhoods where a lot of Mexican, Chicano, Indigenous peoples and people of color suffer from mental health or from drug abuse, or victims of domestic violence, or women that have been raped, or kids that have been molested, or have actually also some police officers, not all police officers, there's good and bad police officers, have attacked people in our barrios, in our communities. We just painted a mural off of Anaheim Boulevard on South Street. Very beautiful. It was nice to see older people there that have been there for 3 generations. I saw old friends I have not seen in many years. We did a mural of a woman, a Native woman. And the reason being is because now in Mexico, we have our first female Indigenous president. And just like here, we have our first city mayor. And I remember you as well. But thank you. And I'm just so glad that we're having that communication, and it's a healing process. And I encourage you all to get to know us, Native peoples. My people are from Oaxaca, Mexico City. And my grandpa once told me that this was Mexico, and before this was Spain or the US or Mexico, this was all Native country. And we sit on 18 broken treaties. In Orange County, there's actually 18 broken treaties. And there's 2 state recognized tribes, the Tangwa and the Ahachiman. The Ahachiman known as Juaneños, Los Lobos. They're part Chicano and part Juaneño, if you didn't know. And Tangwa, Virginia Carmelo, and Adam Loya. Prayers to those brothers because they've done a lot of work. Shannon Rivers, David Garcia, they should be coming here tomorrow. And looking forward to seeing all of you. Maybe Stephen Faso will see you there again. You've been supportive of that. You guys voted for that. Thanks to Dr. Jose Moreno. We have Indigenous Peoples Day. But thank you again for allowing us to support these community murals, murales, La Cultura Cura. And in Nahuatl, we say, Nicanyeswehitlali Shachilanka, which means we come from the land of the turtle. And the Lajotas, when I went to one of the dances over there in South Dakota, I was learning about the medicine wheel, and the medicine wheel has to do with the 4 colors of the human race, the red, yellow, black, and white. But we're really not those colors skin-wise, right? But thank you a lot from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. And we're going to be painting a mural right now. We have to leave. And then we have another mural, another wall. We have like 4 more barrios to go to because there's a lot of gang violence. And I'm surprised the police officers didn't show up. And I did ask at Los Amigos that if they have contacts with the police officers to please allow us to help our people. Sometimes we need a police officer that looks like us. Sometimes we need a professor, a teacher, a councilwoman that looks like us, that can relate to us. It's a psychological thing for some of us. And see you October 14th for Indigenous Peoples Day. And I'm happy to have Little Arabia. We do support housing. The item, I hope that you really take the time and pass that. Thank you. Gracias.
Our next speaker, if they can step forward.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank the City of Anaheim for letting us do culture. I'm Malaka Tecuan, an artist and culture consultant. For us to be able to teach all forms of teachings and culture around the City of Anaheim and also other cities. More importantly, I want everyone to be more of a community and a collective to spread healing across the world, and thank you again.
Matthew Duncan, here to just share with you the experience I had last month at a city council meeting, the city of Lakewood. I was informed that the city had contracted with a coyote trapper to begin trapping and killing coyotes. Unlike Anaheim, the coyotes, though, were not to be killed in a gas chamber, but rather they would be shot to death with a pellet gun. Now, when the city finally acknowledged this to me, they said, well, the coyotes will be euthanized with an airsoft pellet device, which is their way of saying they'll be killed with a pellet gun. But again, you got to sanitize, and I've talked about that a few times over the last year in my comments about your coyote killing plan. So anyway, I expressed my concerns, and what was kind of interesting, I'm going to look at the mayor's chair, even though she's not here, is that when the meeting concluded, the mayor of Lakewood and one of the council members approached me out in the lobby, shook hands, thanked me for expressing my concerns. They didn't want to talk about the shooting of coyotes with a pellet gun, but they did at least acknowledge that I was there, and for what it's worth. So anyway, the other reason I mentioned Lakewood is that Lakewood is now the 4th local city. And the good news is they trapped for 2 weeks. They mitigated, that was the other word they used. We mitigated 3 coyotes. That means killed. They mitigated 3 coyotes in a period of 2 weeks. They had some concerns from a couple of emails we received that had been shared with us that we were going to have a protest at the location of where these sites, and that was the other thing. They were killing the coyotes because of sightings, kind of like what goes on here. Coyotes get killed for appearing comfortable. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. Again, the predator war that started more than 200 years ago, after thousands of years of the people of the First Nations peacefully coexisting and respecting our coyotes, it continues today in Anaheim, Torrance, Rancho Palos Verdes, and for 2 weeks it did in Lakewood.
I'm sorry,
Thank
your time
you.
is up. Our next speaker.
Mark Herbert, Anaheim, Greece. This is part 2 from my comments from the comments in closed session. Those in Anaheim Hills might want to go back and look at those. It has the context. Okay, the conclusion of the context from my comments in the closed session is a reminder to the council that in the 4 public hearings I cited, the council and staff were not forthcoming with all the information they discovered in the process with the public. That could become a question of breaking the law when it goes up to the state and the housing element is looked. Specifically, I recommend the people in Anaheim Hills look at the falsification of addresses on the housing element that was submitted by the state, and those numbers weren't caught by staff, council, or the Planning Commission. Moving on, only have 3 minutes. Part of the breakdown in the planning process, and what we see here tonight, is we have not had a housing element update committee meeting in 3 years. Yet the city is on record, as Councilmember Fessel can attest, since he was there and signed the paper, that we've been in a housing crisis in Anaheim since 2018. 2018. 6 years ago. Since then, the last 3 years, we don't see fit to have an update committee discussing this issue. Council member Rubicalvo was the last resident on that committee, and yet she hasn't spoken up about the need for this the last 3 years either. Moving forward, it's hard to communicate with the council here sometimes in Planning Commission. They seem much more familiar with legal language. So in that endeavor, I don't have access to a lawyer, so I have to reach out in creative ways. And I'm going to make an effort to contact Irvine because they have a lawsuit over the Veterans Cemetery here, which is close by to the Deer Park project. And I hope to establish a communication with them so I can learn information that I've been denied getting from our city. We'll see where that goes. I wish our city would communicate on a regular basis. Well, 27 seconds. I wanted to address Adam Wood's comments. As we look at this council going on 2 years, with a housing crisis, you shepherded in 178 affordable units last year. Quite impressive.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed City Council.
My name is Paul Sanford, and I'm CEO of Wincombe Hospitality. I'm in general comments tonight because I just wanted to send a special thanks out to Anaheim Police Department. The APD has been doing a phenomenal job the past 2 years with your support in addressing a lot of our employee issues that they've had. We have forums with our employees, and they're out in record time helping them and their residents. We've had a lot of increase in crime in the resort recently. We've done some research and found out it's mostly displaced from Los Angeles County and Riverside County because of the care we have here in Anaheim. And the work of the council, I guess in direction, our city manager and our chief of police has really helped us along with Councilperson Kurtz in our District 4 to really come up with solutions. And it's what makes Anaheim such a phenomenal place to live and work and to be. So you all are to be congratulated for the quick works you're taking to solve those issues. We've had some concerns and complaints from our employees that they can't use the ATN free transportation any longer because it's not safe at the bus stations. The ATN team, which I'm chairman of, has worked on solutions to come on property and solve that and make sure it's taken care of in the short run. So I really just want to commend you. I also want to put a special note to a couple of council persons. I won't mention names, but we're being held accountable, which I'm thrilled about, for home purchasing solutions, affordable housing solutions, and employee housing solutions. And I know these are difficult conversations. They're ones I personally support, and I feel what we need to do in business. So I want to thank you for your gallant efforts in holding us accountable to that and coming up with future solutions to those efforts. It's phenomenal. Lastly, a special note in memory of Bill O'Connell that taught us so much about social responsibility to our employees as he's passed away and the great work he did. So thank you for all you do. It's just a short message tonight and an effort of thanks for the phenomenal work and the difference you're making to our employees and to our businesses and our guests visiting.
Next speaker, Ross Omari.
Hi, my name is Ross Omari, and I am the president of Safeco Protection Services. Our company provides services for 14 hotels here in Anaheim. We mainly provide valet and security service for the hotel. I work with my team at night because of the increases of the homeless issue and camping at the bus stop. A lot of time they ask for extra help, especially with the long response time from Anaheim PD. At night when I work with them, guests will ask us after they check in if it's safe to walk around here. In some cases, we will have to walk the guests across the street to go to CVS and Walgreens so they feel safe. I'm here in support of item 19, and I'm asking you, please, if you can support item 19. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speakers on general comments. And noting for the record, we did receive 21 electronic comments that were distributed and posted to the City of Anaheim's website. Noting we had one for item number 15, one for item 19, one for item number 20, 9 for item 21, and 9 were general comments. And as stated, those were posted on the city's website as well as distributed to City Council.
Thank you. So we're going to close the public comment portion of this meeting and move to council communications. If council members have something to share, please chime in. I will start with Mayor Pro Tem Norma Campos-Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I too want to thank our police department, code enforcement, public works, I think park rangers for the phenomenal work they've done in the last couple of weeks in keeping our spaces safe and clean. And there was a meeting this morning with some of the resort businesses, not just the hotels, but restaurants and shops, talking where we were able to give them some information about new safety protocols in the resort area. I really want to say thank you to the police department, its officers, for going that extra step and taking care of our city. It's always good to hear, too, that it's just not a sweep across the city in removing those that are unhoused. there's a communication with them, finding out what the problem is, making sure that they get services if they're willing to accept them. Sandy Lazo shared with us they found housing for a veteran within 2 days of their discussion with him, and found housing for a mother, an unhoused mother with a 5-month-old baby. So thank you for the hard work that you do there. I have one slide. Stone Age tile located on State College. Where else but Tile Mile? Want to thank this family. They established their business in 1997. There's the dad there, I'm gonna screw the name, Hadem Ahali, and he actually has 3 children. 2 of them help him run the shop there on State College. One of the reasons that I wanted to recognize them is we had a nonprofit recently trying to find some help in getting a sign fixed for their site. When a board member walked into the shop and asked them for help, this family didn't have any questions, just said, "You need help? You come to the right place, we're gonna help you." And immediately agreed to help this nonprofit. And the response that we got is, that's what we're here for. We're a community neighbor, and we help our community. And so I want to thank them. So if anybody's in need of tile, wood floors, any home remodeling, that's the place to go to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Festo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'd like, if we may, to adjourn tonight in the remembrance of Dr. James. Everybody knew him as Jim Klein. Jim lived in District 5 for almost 40 years. He was an active neighborhood and community leader. In a younger year, he was a Navy corpsman, a doctor of chiropractic, a father, and a husband to his longtime wife, Julie, Julie is an Anaheim police volunteer. For over 38 years, they've been active block captains in their neighborhood. He really held me to my feet to the fire. He will be missed. Jim, may you rest in peace. And Julie, I'm so sorry for your loss. I'd like to also recognize a new Eagle Scout in District 5. His name is Andres Alejandro Martinez, who lives right around the corner from me on Margian Street. And, you know, once you're an Eagle, it's like being a Marine. You're never a past Marine or a retired Marine. You were always a Marine. And the same with being an Eagle Scout. Our own son, Greg, is also an Eagle. And it's great training. Good opportunities to learn how to bring projects to fruition. And I had a chance to meet Andres, and a wonderful young man. His dad is a electrician for the convention center, as a matter of fact. So part of the Anaheim family, actually, which was nice. I joined the mayor and Councilmember Kurtz at Ponderosa School here last week for a school supply giveaway, and maybe they'll bring that up later. It was a lot of fun. There was a couple hundred kids, I guess, there, from little kids to pretty big kids, and it was wonderful for the nonprofits to have supported that giveaway, and these little kids holding all this paperwork and crayons and pencils and booklets and everything, and we finally were able to get him some book bags and stuff all that stuff in, because their parents, I'm sure, were very happy. They walked away with a haul, so good for them. And I also attended the 9th year of Reborn Cabinets, which is one of our businesses here in Anaheim, longtime business in Anaheim, almost 35 years, of Manufacturing Day. This is an opportunity where they open their cabinet manufacturing up to our students in Anaheim high schools to show our young children opportunities of what modern manufacturing is. And it's not necessarily sawing wood with a handsaw, but all very computerized control and wonderful. It gives our young children an opportunity to think that maybe there are alternate training opportunities for them, because not all kids are going to go to four-year colleges. So it was great. I appreciate Vinny and his family for putting this on. Next year will be their 10th anniversary, and I won't be there as a council member, but I'll certainly be there as a supporter. And last week also, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz joined me at the statewide convention of continuing education, sponsored by our own North Orange County Community College District, their education division, NOCE. And we had several hundred continuing ed educators, and it was very nice to be able to talk to them and see how they're bringing technical ed forward again as well. So, Madam Mayor, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Leon, and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a few slides, and I'll go through them quickly. We recently organized our second annual Active Older Adult Appreciation event. We had some fun activities, heartwarming performances from the Anaheim Ballet, a photo booth, couple Zumba classes, a lot of different activities and more as we celebrated our active older adults, their vitality and their good spirits, and of course, their incredible contributions to our community. Just a big shout out to all of our community partners, including St. Justin Martyr Church, who allowed us to host the event at their parish hall, the Anaheim Cart Club, Abrazar, Home Depot, all of our city teams, and many others who joined us for a morning filled with fun, laughter, and connection. Your presence really made this event special, and we can't wait to see everybody next year. Our next quick recap, we organized a resource fair along with Assemblywoman Quirk Silva's office. We brought together our diverse community for a day of support and connection in partnership with the Assembly member. We provided essential services like food, healthcare, valuable resources to help families thrive. A big thank you to all of the Anaheim residents who stopped by and all of our community partners who came together to make the resource fair a reality. We couldn't have done it without your support. I want to recognize our September Restaurant of the Month, and I'm regretting putting these pictures up there, but congratulations to Taqueria Los Güeros #2. I think Taqueria Los Güeros #1 is in District 3, but Taqueria Los Güeros #2 is our Restaurant of the Month, known for their authentic tacos and vibrant atmosphere. This hidden gem brings authentic flavors right to our community. They're located on Lincoln Avenue between Euclid and Brookhurst and are open every day of the week. Whether you're grabbing a quick bite or enjoying a meal with friends, every dish is really crafted with passion and tradition. So please don't miss out on their must-try specialties. I hope that you join me in celebrating the local flavors in District 2 and across our city. Congratulations to Cesar and the entire team once again. Our September Business of the Month is Mighty Pins and Collectibles. Very proud to recognize them. Josh and Jen started their shop in another location in Anaheim, but relocated to their current location off of Catella and Euclid after they outgrew their previous spot. Whether you're searching for vintage pins or Funkos or the latest action figures, Mighty Pins and Collectibles has you covered. They have everything from exclusive pins to sought-after toys from Marvel, G.I. Joe, Transformers, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon, and more. Really took me back to my elementary school days, and it's still a thing, and it's really exciting. And they're located just a mile from Disneyland. They're an ultimate fan-friendly treasure trove in District 2. They're also one of the last hosts of free pin trading events. They host quarterly pin trading events in their parking lot. So if you want to go and check them out, you can stop by any day of the week and discover why they've also been recognized as the #1 gift boutique in Anaheim by the OC Register and really a staple in Anaheim's collector scene. So congratulations again to Mighty Pins and Collectibles. And then finally, just 2 upcoming events that I'd like to invite Anaheim residents to. We invite you to join Assemblyman Valencia and me for a community cafecito on Saturday, October 19th at 10 a.m. over at 85 Degrees. Come chat with us about what matters to you, whether it's local or legislative updates, community ideas, or just a friendly conversation. It's a great chance to connect with neighbors and make your voice heard. So we hope to see you on the 19th over at 85 Degrees off of Euclid Avenue. And finally, it's showtime. Join me on Friday, October 25th for my office's second annual Trunk or Treat event over at the Anaheim Elementary Key Campus from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. I'm excited to partner with some of our local car clubs, same as last year, Anaheim Car Club, Brown Descents, Naranjeros Car Club, and more. Costumes are encouraged, and please bring the whole family for a free night of candy, some creative trunks, some community building, and ghoulish fun. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I believe I have a couple of slides. I represent District 3, which is where City Hall is located, and we have approximately 50,000 residents who live in our city. I am also happy to share that we just added the 67th park to to the city. This is, I believe, the 16th or 17th park in District 3, Center Greens, which is right here located next to City Hall. We added a ninja park and a skate park and complemented an already existing park that was built a couple of years ago. District 3 is also home to the first park, which is Pearson Park, as well as the second park, which is La Palma Park. So we're very lucky in District 3 to have a significant amount of green space for the families who live in my district. So I'm just happy to present this park and thank city staff, including Shawnee Larson Cash, who really worked hard with her team to make sure that we were able to bring this park and enhance it for our community, which I have received a lot of really positive feedback from residents in the area. So thank you. I'm also happy to present a really important initiative that I mentioned during my swearing in. It was really inspired by a councilwoman who is serving in the city of Tustin. When I was elected, she asked me if I would implement this in the city of Anaheim, and in particular in my district. So working with city staff, we were able to bring this initiative to fruition, which I'm really happy to say we hosted approximately 80 young ladies this past Saturday. We were able to provide them with business etiquette training provided by Disney, as well as financial literacy from the Orange County Federal Credit Union. We also had 2 panels. One was a professional panel, which exposed these young girls to jobs within government. We had Shawnee Larson Cash, who was the Director of Community Services. We also had somebody from fire, as well as a police officer who was born and raised in the city of Anaheim, Lucy Sandoval. And we had our HR director, Linda Andal. And it was a really good opportunity for girls to hear things that are going on and ways that they can get exposed to these jobs. I'd also like to thank our councilwoman, Norma Kurtz. She was on a panel of elected officials, as well as our assemblywoman and Letitia Clark. So it was a really good day of just bringing young ladies in to show them the things that we have in the city. But I also want to thank the sponsors who helped make it possible. So we had a contribution from OC Vibe, Altamed, Congressman Lou Correa also contributed, local realtor Megan Shigo, Cal State Fullerton, Anaheim Community Foundation, SoCal Gas, and the Anaheim Police Association. And I think that might be all the slides. And then I also just want to recognize, I heard one of the public commenters, Ross, who's a local business owner in the area, and I just want to thank you because I know you have contributed to our Anaheim High School's volleyball team and helping our basketball team get to different events. So thank you for your contribution and your support. And that concludes my council comments.
Thank you. Just wanted to announce 2 upcoming events. My office, in partnership with Mayor Pro Tem Campos Kurtz, is doing a pumpkin giveaway on October 23rd from 3 to 5 p.m. at the Ponderosa Community Center. So we'd love to have council colleagues out there to join us handing out pumpkins, as well as seeing all the kids in their cute costumes. And then if you haven't had a chance yet to mark the date, October 26th is our fall festival coming up. It's always one of my favorite events that we do as a city. It's been 100 years, and it gets better every single year. So if you haven't marked it on your calendar, get your chairs ready. People mark their space on that sidewalk early, October 26th. to the city manager for the city manager's update.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz mentioned some of the recent efforts that we are embarking on as a city to deal with and provide help to our homeless neighbors. But I want to fill in some blanks and provide a little more details. For the past month, we have stepped up our efforts to restore public spaces. We are providing help to all we encounter while ensuring our parks and other open spaces are welcoming to everyone. Later this evening, you'll have a chance to consider updates to the Anaheim Municipal Code. Before that, I wanted to provide a summary of our citywide efforts. Parks have been a major focus. We started early in September by addressing serious drug and other criminal activity at La Palma Park. Through a series of interventions by our police, security, Anaheim Fire and Rescue, code enforcement, public works, and the city manager's office, we have cleared the park of those major issues that prevented many in our community from enjoying all that La Palma Park has to offer. We followed that with the installation of high visibility cameras at Pearson, Chaparral, John Marshall, Sage, Stoddard, and Twilit Reed parks. The cameras provide a visual deterrent and include loudspeakers to remotely warn people about being in the parks after hours or other activity. We have been doing nightly cleanups of our parks. Security is clearing the parks of anyone after closing time and bringing in police as needed. We have seen a clear improvement in our parks with positive feedbacks from our residents. We also continue to address the challenge of homelessness along our railways. We are clearing railways each week with the major cleanup between Brookhurst and Euclid. We also have installed a camera near Euclid to allow us to remotely monitor and respond to that area as needed. We are looking at other rail locations for additional cameras. With park, railways, and other spaces, we know issues can return, and so will we. We are also growing our citywide team. Anaheim Police's Homeless Assessment Liaison Officers team has more than doubled, going from 4 to 8 officers plus 2 dedicated sergeants. And we were recently awarded nearly $10 million in grants for our Access program, an innovative collaboration with the courts to provide real help as an alternative to sentencing, and accountability when multiple offers of help are declined. Access is receiving $8 million in state grant and $550,000 in a federal grant. Money will go towards expanding services available through Access. As we work to restore our public spaces, we are always offering help. From the first point of contact all the way up to going before a judge, we thank the City Council for your leadership and support of the citywide initiative. We will continue our efforts on behalf of the community. Some upcoming events. It is now my pleasure to share some great upcoming events. On Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Honda Center, we will join with employers to hold a regional career expo and job fair. With more than 150 employers are expected, including Honda Center. Employers are looking to fill immediate openings with job search help available to all attendees. On Monday, October 14th, we are proud to again mark Indigenous Peoples Day with a morning prayer and walk from Anaheim Cove to City Hall starting at 9 a.m. And our mayor mentioned our Halloween Fall Festival and Parade. With that, Madam Mayor, that concludes the City Manager report.
Thank you. So we are now going to address the City Council consent calendar. Items 1 through 18 are before us. Item 17 has been removed from the agenda. Besides that, are there any items which my council colleagues would like to pull for further discussion? Oh, wow. Okay, so seeing none, can someone make a motion?
Move the balance.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to move the balance absent item 17. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to move on to the business calendar. Starting with item number 19, it's an ordinance strengthening and enhancing the city's anti-camping ordinances as requested by Councilmember Meeks, as we're in conjunction with Councilmember Rubicalva. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from City Attorney Fabella, please.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mayor and the City Council. On September 10th, Councilmember Meeks, working in conjunction with Councilmember Rubalcaba, asked to agendize a strengthening enhancement of city's anti-camping and similar ordinances to ensure that Anaheim parks and rights-of-way are kept safe and open for their intended use. The council members worked with staff in the Anaheim Police Department to review what other cities have enacted or are considering after the City of Grants Pass versus Johnson, with the intent of bringing back ordinance changes tailored to address Anaheim's needs. Today, we are presenting 3 draft ordinances resulting from this analysis. And although I will be presenting today, we have here to answer your questions Chief of Police Rick Armendariz and Chief Assistant Attorney Kristen Pelletier. I think there's one before this. One slide before this. Yeah. So the city's existing municipal code prohibits camping on public property as well as the storage of personal property in public areas. It also has detailed procedures for the impoundment and return of any property unlawfully stored in public areas. It does not, however, specifically address individuals who are not camping but are nonetheless blocking or impeding access to public rights-of-way and facilities, preventing their intended use by the public. Nor does it prohibit or deal with the health and hazards created by individuals smoking in or near areas frequented by children, such as parks, schools, and daycare facilities, or the increase in criminal activity caused by the theft and resale of bikes and bike parks. 3 new ordinances are being proposed to tackle these issues. I want to point out that these proposed ordinances apply to everyone in the city. However, we recognize that they will likely impact those who are unhoused and are using our public rights-of-way as living spaces. But before we go into what these ordinances do, we did want to point out, as Jim has in his city manager's report, that the city has been a local leader in developing innovative ways to offer assistance and services to its unhoused population, including by dedicating a team of mental health and law enforcement personnel to provide resources to these individuals, and funding shelters which make hundreds of beds available to individuals without housing. In addition, my office has pioneered Access, Anaheim Collaborative Courts, right-of-way collaborative courts, offering mental health, substance abuse, and other services to unhoused individuals who find themselves in the criminal justice system. The city also recognizes, however, that residing on public property without adequate shelter, facilities, or resources creates health and safety risks to both unhoused individuals and the public at large and can facilitate criminal activity. So I'd like to get into the specific ordinances that are being proposed. First, we're proposing an additional ordinance that will be part of Chapter 11.11 of the Municipal Code, which is being proposed to prohibit activity that is impeding access to public rights-of-way and facilities. If adopted, it will prohibit, among other things, leaving personal property unattended in or on a public right-of-way, sitting on chairs or similar items, or sleeping or lying down on a public right-of-way, sleeping, sitting, or lying down or storing personal property in a median, parkway, or improved landscape area, obstructing a right-of-way if doing so violates the ADA, is within close proximity to items like driveways, ramps, fire hydrants, ATMs, buildings, intersections, schools, or daycare facilities, or unreasonably interferes with the use of right-of-way by pedestrians, bikes, or vehicles, and sleeping or lying down on bus benches or park tables, benches, or equipment. Another chapter that is being proposed is one to curtail criminal activity related to the trade in stolen bikes and bike parts. The Anaheim Police Department frequently encounters bicycle chop shops in and around city parks and public spaces where bicycles and parts are traded for illegal drugs and other items, contributing to the attraction of additional criminal activity in these areas. For the past 5 years, over 250 bikes have been reported stolen annually, and these bikes are often disassembled for resale of their constituent parts. If adopted by the council, this ordinance will prohibit assembling, disassembling, selling, or distributing 3 or more bikes, a bike frame without gear cables, 2 bikes with missing parts, or 5 or more bike parts on city property. The third and final proposed ordinance would amend the city's existing smoking ban and expand the municipal code to prohibit smoking in public parks, as well as within 25 feet of bus benches and 200 feet of schools and daycare centers. The dangers of secondhand smoke are all well documented, and broadening the city's existing smoking ban to protect children, members of the public, and the areas they frequent is necessary to promote public health and safety. This ordinance also highlights that smoking cannabis, weed, and plant products in public areas is prohibited by the municipal code and state law, and notes the increase in such activity since the legalization of recreational cannabis in 2016. Under the proposed ordinances, the emphasis and goal will be compliance rather than punishment. The police department will continue to have discretion to issue either citations or to arrest. And as always, under state law, the city prosecutors will continue to have discretion on whether to charge or to prosecute. For those violators experience homelessness, shelter, health, and housing services will continue to be offered as an alternative to enforcement, either on the spot or via the city attorney's access alternative in lieu of traditional prosecutions. And that concludes my report on the proposed ordinances, again, as proposed by Council Members Meek and Rubalcaba. We're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. I just want to open it up to questions from council members, starting with Council Member Fessel and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll just get it out right now. Yes, I'm supportive. At one time, every homeless bed was in District 5. Anaheim's first 100-bed shelter that we built in 14 days was in District 5. We continue to offer our unhoused a variety of services. Often, they turn us down. What I'm concerned about, and it was brought up by two of our business associates today, that they have been told by the Anaheim PD, again, from what I heard, that we are getting an influx of unhoused from other cities, other areas. I was always led to believe that that was just hearsay, although it sounds today that we heard from a couple of our hoteliers that they had heard that from APD. So just so I can get a perspective on what we're doing here this evening with this activity, are we seeing an influx of unhoused from other communities, or are we not?
Well, good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Councilmember Fessel, to answer your question, I'll first start off by saying, as mentioned already, we have, within the last couple of weeks, done a full court press, for lack of a better term, and been more collaborative and collected a lot of data and a lot of information. And what we are recently seeing specifically in the resort areas, yes, we are seeing individuals that we're contacting for the first time that are not from Anaheim and not from even Orange County. Areas such as Riverside, San Bernardino, and the Los Angeles County area. One of the things that we're doing, obviously, as an organization, we always try to backtrack, use intelligence, and be strategic as to why that is. And one of the things that we're looking at is the fact that there's a couple of bus routes that just happen to end in the resort area, specifically on Catella, and that's where the end of the bus line is, where the bus drivers take a break, so they empty out their entire, all the passengers on the bus. So we are going to be working with the regional transportation to see if there's things that we can do. Obviously, making sure that services are provided to those that are visiting as well as workers, because there are a lot of workers that use public transportation, but at the same time, making sure that there's not the negative impact that we are seeing. But to answer your question, yes, our officers have been noticing that recently.
Thank you, Chief. Since 2014, I'm not sure what the number is, but I would say that the city has spent upwards, maybe well beyond $100 million of our tax dollars, our business tax dollars, our resident tax dollars, to do everything we can to address the homeless in our community. That's a big enough job as it is. To add to that, unhoused from other communities is a greater burden. And I'm just, I appreciate the candor, I appreciate the update. It's one more thing that we need to do, isn't it? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Meeks.
Okay, just have a couple of quick questions. Tagging on to what Councilmember Fest asked, so our housing, I thought, went first to people that had a connection to Anaheim. So what are we doing in the cases of those that we've identified as being from another county?
And are you talking about unhoused individuals?
Yes.
Are you talking about, like, for sure, and Grace could probably speak to this, when we're talking about Section 8 type housing, that you have to have a connection to Anaheim in order to qualify for that. I don't know, and I will tell you with shelters, and I'm sure Sandy could speak to this, we are looking for a connection to Anaheim to move them into a shelter or something along those lines. So I think both of those things are true.
So what do we do when our officers encounter someone who's saying, yeah, I just arrived this morning from Riverside?
Yeah, depending on what the contact is, we will act accordingly. What I mean by that is we will provide services and shelters to those who are Anaheim residents. There are other services that we can provide, though, and connect them with other services within the county. So we often will provide those additional contacts. If it is a crime or something that we're enforcing, obviously, and we're not being able to change that behavior, then we will enforce and give a citation, or if need be, make an arrest, and that'll be handled that way. So they'll either comply and leave, or no longer conduct their activity that brought to our attention. B, will connect them to other county services, or reconnect them back to services where they're from. Or C, if there's enforcement needed, then we'll take that appropriate action.
Thank you. We also had a couple of hoteliers come in and talk about their employee or worker safety, afraid to go to the bus benches, having to call Uber to get safely home. I imagine your work last 2 weeks has taken a look at that issue and is addressing it.
Correct. Specifically in the, as mentioned by the speaker, specifically in the resort area, obviously, as we mentioned this morning, we have increased our TOPS team, which is our tourist-oriented policing officers. We have 2 full-time. We just added a full-time supervisor, and we are supplementing that with 4 officers a day, working daytime and evening times to assure that we're not only addressing issues early morning throughout the day, but also in the evening times when our guests are leaving the park or dinner and walking back to the resort area. So those are the things that we're looking at. Our primary focus is safety, health, and obviously making sure that people are utilizing whether it's the sidewalks, the bus benches, for their intended use.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, as do the workers in the resort area. One last question. One of our other public comments was that part of this ordinance is perhaps challengeable because you can't stop people from sitting in a public space or sidewalks. How can we address that?
Councilmember Kurtz, I'll address that if it's okay with you. I do think that the provision cited contains an exception. It's an exception that deals with any lawful activity taking place along the public right-of-way. So depending on the scenario, if somebody is lawfully engaged in First Amendment activity, the exception would apply. What it does is it prevents people from using things like chairs and other furniture to sit, as well as to sleep or lay down to block the public right-of-way, right? We're not talking about a park or anything like that. We're talking about a public right-of-way, the purpose of which is for people to move from place to place. And it does have an exception that says, other than as part of a lawful event taking place along the public right-of-way. So if what they are engaged in is lawful activity, the exception would kick in. But I would also say that in terms of First Amendment, this isn't an ordinance that's designed to impact speech, right? It's content neutral, as the public commenter admitted. Time, place, and manner restrictions are lawful, reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. And so all of those factors would come into play as well.
Thank you for that response, and I too will be supportive of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Thank you. I want to thank the city attorneys, the attorney staff, the rest of staff. I know a lot of different departments weighed in on this, and I appreciate bringing this forward so expeditiously. I think it's important. Safety is a #1 priority for me. It's, you know, one of the fundamental reasons I ran is to make sure that our city continues to be safe and to serve its residents. I think the community deserves that. It deserves its safe parks. It deserves safe bus benches. It deserves safe transit. It deserves safe liquor stores, which was just appalling to me and what happened. I mean, we need to have safety for our community, and this is part of it. And so for you to weigh in and tell us what you need to help make our community safe is important, and I appreciate all the work that went into this. Years ago, when we first started having a homeless problem, and I was the public works director, and we had to take bus benches out of the city because they weren't available for people that were riding the bus. It was really, really heartbreaking for me to say, okay, worker that has worked a 12-hour shift and now needs to take the bus home, sorry, you have to stand there and wait for the bus because I can't provide you a bus bench. And even if I did, you couldn't safely sit on it. And so to have these regulations come in and allow us to provide those amenities safely to our residents and our workers and our visitors is extremely important. And once again, I appreciate everything you do. And same with the parks. You know, our families deserve safe parks where you can go and let your children run and play and play hide and seek in the bushes or whatever and feel like they're safe there. So I am happy to move this item for approval, and I will be looking for one of my council members to second.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz, and then Councilmember Rubacalva.
Thank you, Mayor. For my constituents, nothing is more important than this. If I hear something constantly, is what are we doing to prevent and to eradicate homeless? Homeless is super complicated, but 99% of the time, it's a combination of mental health illnesses and drug addiction. 99% of the time. The whole thing started in 2014 when the misleading Proposition 47 that had the title Safer Neighborhood and School Act passed. Within a week, the riverbed was full of ex-inmates. Now remember, in California, the biggest mental health provider is the state penitentiary system. You release these thousands of people to the street, no mental health whatsoever, no plan, no alternative. They became homeless overnight. And since then, since Proposition 47 reduced these crimes to misdemeanors, there haven't been accountability for people committing crimes or people doing drugs. It took the ability from district attorneys from forcing drug addiction into rehabilitation to being able to do nothing when somebody is drug addicted. That was Proposition 57. We don't kick anybody from the sidewalk during the Halloween parade. We don't kick anybody from the sidewalk during the 4th of July parade. We don't kick protesters when they are in front of Disneyland, as long as they respect traffic and respect pedestrians. We didn't kick protesters when the Express came to town. We allowed that. We protected those protesters. That's our First Amendment. So that issue that it will infringe in First Amendment, that doesn't fly. Another issue that we had in the past was Boise versus Martin. Thank God the Supreme Court struck that down. Now we can go and say, hey, you don't belong here. You take services. You don't want to take the services, you need to get out. The definition of insanity, keep doing the same thing over and over and expect different result. It's time to take action. This is part of the action. For 10 years now, we have been putting millions and millions of dollars trying to help these people, but it's a lot of resistance to help. Whoever wants help have been helped already, have been taken out of the street. It's a lot of resistance, service-resistant population out there, and this is mostly directed to them. And we're still gonna try to offer services, but if you don't want services, then you cannot be in the sidewalk, occupying the sidewalk. The sidewalk belongs to everybody, not to an individual that want to grab that piece of land. It's not yours to grab. You either take services from us or you get out. Obstruction of right-of-ways, like sidewalk, what's wrong with that? Yes, you have to get out. That doesn't belong to you. That belongs to everybody. No bike sales or repairs in parks. Parks are to play, to relax, to sit down, to enjoy a ball game, not to repair 20 bicycles. I used to go there, and that's illegal activities happening there. And our residents see that. No smoking, of course. But they're not smoking what's legal. They're smoking it's legal now, smoking marijuana. But the kids don't deserve that. They don't deserve to be playing soccer in the park when somebody's smoking 20 feet from them. So this is obvious what we need to do here. Our people are asking us to do this. Our police need these tools to start doing something different than what we had done. This is our chance not to keep doing the same and the same and the same. This is our chance. I strongly support this, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you. I also just want to echo Councilmember Meeks's gratitude to the chief and to the city attorney's office, as well as the city manager. And I'm going to paint the picture. So this initiative or ordinance didn't just come out of the blue. It is something that we have seen in response to feedback that we're getting from our residents in the area. And I think as policymakers, it's our responsibility to make sure that we're providing the tools that our police department and Public Works and everybody who's involved in this initiative can utilize to further support the needs of our community. And I also just want to mention La Palma Park as an example. So over the last few months, and actually over the last couple of years, we've seen an increase in drug activity and a significant number of people who are living in the parks and creating unsafe conditions. Our police department, along with many of the city departments here, have taken an initiative to clean up our parks and not just remove people, but offer them services. So I want to emphasize the fact that, yes, we are creating ordinances to further enhance the toolbox for our law enforcement, for your police officers, our police officers, to better serve our city, but it really is also a comprehensive approach. So we're providing services to people, and I know that we've actually helped people get off the streets and put them into rehabilitation. So these ordinances, although some people may feel that they are heavy-handed, they're really necessary things for us to keep our community safe. And I'll give an example. So I did a walk around La Palma Park with one of our lieutenants, and we came across a child, a youth, he was going to school, and his phone had been taken by some of the people who were living in the park and doing drugs in the park. So these are things we need to protect our kids from. I want my kids to be able to walk to Starbucks without being accosted by somebody. So I am happy that we were able to work together, and I'm very grateful to hear the support from the other council members on this dais for these ordinances. And then, Chief, I think the only other question I do have is what is the training priorities for these enhanced ordinances? So a good ordinance is only as good as its enforcement. So if you can just share a little bit about that, that would be great.
No, that's a great question, and thanks for that. As we began the initiative that we've been doing now for the last 2.5 weeks, we started off with training. We wanted to make sure that our subject matter experts, that's our HALO officers, our homeless liaison officers, came in and provided training for our officers as far as the basic information, as far as what services are available, who to contact, how to contact them, what are the laws, what can we enforce, and alternative options. So that was one of the things that we started off with, is just having that training for all our officers. In addition to that, because of the collaboration with Public Works and our code enforcement, as well as our contracts, to be able to provide our officers with the resources for them to go out and do what they need to do. As you mentioned, Council Member, this is a balanced approach. We're still providing services. We're still wanting to make sure that people are connected with services. However, for those individuals that refuse, for those individuals that continue to violate the law, we will enforce the law, and we have been enforcing the law in order to change behavior. And even so, in the ordinance itself, after there's been a detention, it still allows our city attorney's office to be able to provide alternative services and even a diversion through the access program, so they can still not go into the criminal justice system. Ultimately, we want to make sure that we change that behavior, provide that services for those in need, but there needs to be accountability, and that's been made loud and clear by this council and by our community. And as you mentioned, this would be a significant tool for us to go out and continue to be able to make sure that we provide a safe place to live, work, and play, and really thrive.
Thank you. And I also just want to mention, so our city attorney went on a tour of the city, and your police officers actually took us to some of the most impacted areas. Mapama Park was on that list, other encampments. So it gave us a firsthand view of what is going on. And I also want to thank you guys, because there has been a lot of, we can't enforce this ordinance because the city attorney says we can't do it. And I think that was a disconnect, that we were able to bridge that gap and make it clear that that's not really the case. Law enforcement can enforce the laws and not worry about whether or not somebody's getting prosecuted, but it's really about making sure that the community is safe. And that's really a priority for me in District 3, and I'm pretty sure it's a priority for the majority of the people on this council. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to join in on the thank yous to the team. Really appreciate your ongoing efforts in addressing, I think I said this last time, in addressing the public safety and homelessness concerns in our city. And I think it's also important to note that we're really taking a multi-pronged approach to this. It's not just a one-size-fits-all. I think we're having a discussion on housing later today, because it is important to acknowledge that there are folks that are homeless simply because they couldn't afford a home. And so how do we get them the resources and the information that they need to get back on their feet? I think it's very important, but absolutely illegal activity needs to be addressed. It shouldn't be accepted in our public parks. And I know that we've been doing our work isn't done, but there has been a big improvement, especially Chaparral Park, Stoddard Park in my district. They were two of the biggest concerns that we've heard from in District 2, along with certain portions of the railroad track off of Nutwood and Crescent. And I know that there's a lot more work to do, but Deputy Director Lozo said something at one of our neighborhood meetings that kind of stuck with me. And that was that sometimes we need to pause and acknowledge some of the positives of the work that we've been doing. So I would like to quote two residents that reached out. One, quote, "It is so heartwarming to see city officials recognize a problem and are willing to take action to do something about it. Please know I am not the only one in this neighborhood grateful for this," end quote. Another resident reached out saying, quote, "Cameras are working great. We have gone twice thus far to Chaparral Park, and not only is it clean, but we felt safe. We didn't have to tell our toddler, don't go over there, to avoid drug users who were strung out," end quote. So I'm going to be supportive of this, and I am the fact that we are obviously renewing this renewed focus from our city teams that really assists our community. The fact that we're taking a multi-pronged approach, the fact that I think someone said it, we're giving you another tool in the toolbox to ensure that we're delivering a high quality of life for our residents is important. So I appreciate my colleagues' work on this, and I will be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Well, I can't say it any better than my colleagues, so thank you very much. I'm really pleased that we're building on a legacy of a lot of work that this council and prior councils have devoted a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, as well as a lot of community resources to try to address what we all know is a very complex problem. And I know there's council colleagues that have been dealing with this for a lot longer than others. But I think it is really important to highlight that our city is a leader in this area. We do more, I think, than any other city in the region, both with our multifaceted shelter approach, with our addressing transitional age youth, with our work towards getting people in permanent supportive housing. This isn't a stop and a change of direction at all. In fact, even last week, we put another program on the streets with our partnership with Cal Optima to offer people primary care medicine on the streets. So we are moving forward with our values. We're moving forward in an ethical way, but we are maintaining that responsibility to our residents and to our communities that we will keep you safe and that we believe that the Anaheim way is a safe way. So thank you to everyone that worked on this. I believe we have a motion and a second, so I'll call for the vote, please.
The motion before council is the introduction of 3 separate ordinances. That also concludes the determination that adding Chapter 11.11, Chapter 11.13, and amendments to Chapter 6.30 of the Anaheim Municipal Code are not subject to CEQA. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So the next item on our agenda is item number 20, which is the consideration of an ordinance to establish a timeline for removal of overhead facilities, declare a public nuisance, and authorize enforcement and penalties associated with the removal of overhead telecommunication facilities within underground utility districts as requested by Councilmember Meeks. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from APU General Manager Lee, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm joined tonight by Andrew Lee, who is our Deputy City Attorney. At the July 23rd, 24 meeting, staff provided City Council with the following information in response to a request by Councilmember Meeks. We were asked to return with a proposal to set a completion timeframe. The current section of the code compels utilities with overhead facilities to complete their work, but it does not have a specific timeframe and only refers to completing undergrounding activities in a timely manner. We evaluated the last 10 projects, and collectively the telecommunication carriers are averaging 2.4 years to complete their removals. There are 4 projects with the majority of overhead facilities still in place. The dates are in parentheses, are when APU completed the electrical scope of work. Poles in the top photo show the electric lines that have been undergrounded, that will be undergrounded, sorry. And then the bottom photo shows after the overhead electric lines are removed, we top the poles, and what's remaining are the communication lines. The longer it takes to complete the projects in their entirety, the longer it takes for residents and businesses to achieve the full benefits of undergrounding in addition to the electric reliability improvements. And these include traffic visibility and aesthetics to major roadways. Staff conducted a survey of other agencies to see if there are other solutions that have sped up removals. From our conversations, the City of San Diego has similar views to Anaheim's and is seeking similar remedies. In terms of Pasadena's approach of withholding permits until poles are removed, that didn't seem like it was going to be a good long-term solution. So this is what staff's recommending. Poles that remain in the roadway for an extended period of time, such as what you saw earlier in the presentation, are no longer inspected and maintained by APU and would therefore constitute a public nuisance. 12 months was determined to be reasonable when you consider that undergrounding projects already take nearly 4 years to design, acquire easements, permit, and construct, giving telecommunication companies time to prepare, track construction progress, and plan resources accordingly. As a basis of comparison, APU takes on average 8 months to remove our electrical lines following completion of conduit and other civil structures. Following the Public Utilities Board's review, we had additional conversations with several carriers, and we included language to accommodate very large projects by separate agreement, since 12 months would be challenging for such projects. There are no changes to Chapter 1.20, which establishes the civil citation process that will be followed to enforce. Instead of immediately going to a fine, staff recommends establishing an incentive for those who are able to meet the 12-month timeframe by having APU pay for certain project-related costs. If the 12-month timeframe is not met for standard projects, then, and after going through the due process delineated in Chapter 1.20, the fines would increase as you see here. Telecommunication companies with overhead lines within underground districts are shown here on this slide over the past decade. And I would just note that some do change ownership, so that can add to the complexity of getting some of the projects completed. 2 sets of public comments were submitted to the board at its meeting on September 25th. Charter requested adding the language shown here in red. Essentially, it states that after the city's contractor completes the conduits and APU starts the 12-month clock, they are requesting additional time for other conduits. It's important to note that the city does not build Charter as conduits outside of the design that they provide. Additionally, Charter is able to inspect construction activities at any time. Staff's review of the language is that it confuses the timing by reducing certainty. We can accommodate extenuating circumstances on an as-needed basis through the provisions in the code. AT&T also submitted comments to the board. They asked to establish project-by-project schedule, which would essentially render the 12-month as an aspirational goal rather than an enforceable standard. They refer to errors that are made by the city's contractor, but just like with Charter, the city's contractor builds designs submitted by AT&T when the construction bid package is issued. And we can accommodate change orders if there is an oversight or correction needed due to field conditions. AT&T is invited to project status meetings that are open to all project participants. Status of construction and progress billings are discussed at these meetings. Permitting is always a consideration. We've had our own challenges with permitting, certainly with Caltrans. And if there are extenuating circumstances, then we would take that into consideration. But we would also want AT&T to start applying for their permits early on and prove that they're making an effort rather than delaying their application process. Their letter addresses several legal concerns pertaining to discrimination against the telecommunications industry and a violation of due process. I've already stated that we would refer to Chapter 1.20, which spells out procedures to review or appeal the city's determination. The Public Utilities Board reviewed both comments submitted and asked questions of staff, including the legal issues raised by AT&T, and subsequently recommended the actions unanimously. AT&T submitted a letter to council, as you heard earlier today during public comments. The first comment has several parts. It states the ordinance language is vague and unworkable, that there needs to be considerations for project-specific circumstances, and AT&T should determine a reasonable deadline for each project. In staff's opinion, the term reasonable deadline is just as uncertain as the current in a timely manner language, and that's why we're here today. If AT&T's determination for a reasonable deadline differs from the city's, there is no remedy that they proposed. In terms of not being clear when the clock starts, these are long-term projects with construction taking 1 to 2 years. City staff reviews on a bi-weekly basis as-built drawings with the contractor and any project participant, so AT&T can follow progress with their own inspector, make correction to their plans, and the city's contractors can complete the conduit systems for all parties involved. When the final as-built drawings are accepted by the Public Works Department, who oversees all construction activities in the right-of-way, APU will issue a notice starting the 12-month clock. So there should be no surprise to any carrier who's following the project process. The next comment also has multiple components. It states that the city may be going beyond the authority to establish a timeframe. The ordinance language has been prepared by the city attorney's office, just like they do for many other sections of the code which are enforceable, which you just heard in the previous item. AT&T makes assertions about having hundreds of poles in the city that do not have electrical lines and how they are maintained and are not public nuisances. They perceive the ordinance to be factually erroneous and that it could cause them and others harm. This ordinance is not speaking to all poles in the city, only those within underground districts. APU owns about 17,000 poles in the city, so the majority within underground districts are owned by us, and when we remove electrical lines, we no longer inspect and maintain poles where communication companies still remain. If AT&T wants to inspect and replace poles within an underground district and then remove them 12 months later, this ordinance doesn't prohibit that, so we're not infringing on their state obligations. In terms of legal challenges, if AT&T challenges the timing, then we would point back to 1.20 in the municipal code, which spells out due process, including administrative and judicial remedies. In terms of implementation, this is the existing language in Chapter 1.20, and I just wanted to highlight that. We're not seeking criminal penalties. What we're seeking is compliance with a time frame that makes sense for our community, and that's what we're recommending for your consideration today. With the 4 projects that I mentioned that are languishing, the notice of violation would be issued, and we would provide a 6-month grace period, allowing them time to cure. And the full effect of the ordinance would be applied to projects currently in construction, which are Beach and Nutwood Cerritos. This is my last slide, and I just wanted to show you this image. This is Brookhurst Street between Ball and Catella. This project was completed in 2013, and it was in conjunction with the street widening project. And there was a lot of coordination that took place between the carriers, with the city, with the Public Works Department, and the communication companies finished this project within less than 6 months. So what we're recommending, I don't think is unreasonable. I think it can be performed, and there are off-ramps if there is something complicated, extenuating circumstances in that manner. And with that, we're available to answer any questions.
Open it up to council questions, starting with Councilmember Fessel and then Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Madam Mayor, I'll defer to my colleagues that they go first. There's some things I want to wrap up with. Public utilities, I think I'll defer to my.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you very much for the report. Let me make sure I understand. So you have an underground project. You say it from planning to completion takes about 4 years.
Correct.
You've been communicating with the telecommunication companies pretty early on.
Yes.
And I'm going to give them a year that you didn't, 3 years. And then it's taking another 2 years. So 5 years for them to plan, to do this work, and finally do it. Am I following that correctly?
It does take a long time, yes.
Okay. As a longtime employee of a phone company, I understand that they establish timeframes for things. I think our city is just asking them to readjust as we move along and improve our community. We ask them at this point to be partners with us in making our communities better, healthier, cleaner. And so I support this. I can't for the life of me understand why it would take a company 5, 6 years to do the work that should be done upon completion of our own APU work. So I am in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you, and thank you for a really thorough presentation. You've answered pretty much any question that I was going to have. So I just want to, thank you for the thoroughness of this and for moving forward with an issue that's kind of been a thorn in my side for so many years. In a timely manner, just wasn't going to hold anybody accountable, and we've seen that. And it's so important. Our residents, everybody that pays an electric bill, pays toward this work. And they deserve for it to be completed in a specific manner, a specific time, maybe not a timely manner, because clearly that doesn't mean anything. So having something that we can hold people accountable to is important. And I know that there are parts of this ordinance that allow people to work with you on very large projects, very complex projects. If it crosses a railroad, if there's, permitting issues, there are ways, and you are always so good about working with people and different agencies to help them make that happen. And so this just allows us to move it forward and hold people accountable. And so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon, and then Councilmember Rubacalava.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dooku, are we changing or updating anything as it relates to misdemeanors and current language that we have now?
No, that's a good question. What we changed is, or what we're proposing is changes to the undergrounding ordinance and setting some specific timeframes. But we refer back to Chapter 1.20, which is the civil citation process. And that's that quote that you saw on the previous screen that really speaks to the intent of this, which is having specificity, and then we do want to have some enforceability along with this. But I think Mayor Pro Tem used the word partners, and that's the way that we've approached our work with these communication companies, finding ways to help them if there are obstructions, if the contractor is not doing what they need them to do, then we will get involved and make sure that those things get performed in a timely manner. But no, to answer your question, we're not changing that process, the city's process.
Thank you. So it sounds like with doing this, we're trying to set realistic expectations. Not pressuring anybody, but at the same time, we don't want to just be waiting around until someone gets to a project, someone gets to it. Is that fair to say?
I think so. I think, as staff, we realize that undergrounding projects for communication carriers is not a high priority. And so recognizing that, we're trying to work with them to remove any of the obstructions. But we do need these projects to be done, and you saw some of the earlier slides. Some of them are taking quite a bit of time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rubacalava, and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you. I also agree. Thank you for the thorough presentation, and I appreciate you being able to counter all of the objections that we're getting from the technology company. Is AT&T the only telecommunications company that has an issue with this process?
So we reached out to the 6 companies I mentioned that are on the districts, are within the districts, and AT&T certainly has been the most vocal. Charter had that one comment that they were requesting that was still somewhat ambiguous, but we had good conversations with them, and we're able to explain that there are those off-ramps that we mentioned. And the other carriers had some minor points, but nothing certainly of contention. I will say that Charter's comment, which was very reassuring, said that they felt like 12 months was reasonable.
Great. And I do have to say, believe it or not, we do get emails, or at least I do, from residents who see poles that are no longer operational, and their question is, why are they still there? So I'm happy that we have a plan in place, and I do appreciate the incentives and not penalties right away, but an incentive to actually remove their technology from the poles or the poles altogether if that is their responsibility. So thank you, and I appreciate the thoroughness of the presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we go to page 3? There we go. Dale Avenue since 2017, Orangewood 19, Santana Canyon 22, and right. For full transparency, I had to tell you that I met with AT&T by Zoom, and also that I'm biased in this because the city is spending $25 million on Beach Boulevard. It would be super sad to still see poles in there 5 years from now. That would be like throwing $25 million in the trash. But it's some issue that AT&T brought to me that I'm concerned. However, those questions were answered. For example, when is the starting starting and stopping time for them to start the work. You answered that question. Duration, 12 months, sometimes it's a large project, might not be enough, but it's had the flexibility to work with the entity to extend the duration. And then the criminal misdemeanor. Well, it's not really criminal misdemeanor, it's just fine, but those fines are almost impossible to get there if the company works with the city. So those answers are good to me, and I will support this. Even I'm biased because Beach Boulevard, I try to remove myself from that, but I think this is just. This is just, so I support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Fussell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, of course I support this. To coup, I've lost the number of counts that I've been on job sites, in trenches, in manholes, in bucket trucks, on undergrounding projects going way back. In fact, I chaired the undergrounding subcommittee, as you remember, for quite a number of years. I'm saddened that Dale Avenue in 7 years hasn't been wrapped up. And I think the fact that you use 2.4 years as an average, I guess that means some of them are done pretty quickly, and others, such as Dale, have taken a long time. I appreciate AT&T, Dan, being here, so you can get a good idea, good listen of all of us here. Over 30 years ago, this council, through the Public Utilities Board, enacted the undergrounding program, and it's been nothing but successful, certainly on our major thoroughfares. This, I see, is it's not the end, it's a small hiccup that we need to address. I think you've told me, in fact, I know for sure, that you work with the various telecom companies, engineering firms, in every way, shape possible. And if you could go to slide number 9. Letter C, reinstate utility coordination meetings.
So
did we stop that?
So those are referring to meetings where all the carriers are invited, and they had some success, but also some confusion associated with it. So we had gone to project-based meetings. So if we're talking about Beach Boulevard, for example, then all the participants, we will be focusing on Beach Boulevard, and that has the construction administration team from Public Works who typically chairs those meetings, as well as any of the stakeholders and the contractor. So those have been very effective because then you can actually look at drawings and mark things along the way. So from a technical perspective, you'll know very clearly where conduits are being placed and if there's obstructions or things that need to be moved. So we've had successful meetings with other carriers who have taken us up on those. AT&T attends some of those meetings, but not all of those meetings.
And the statement here, the 12-month limit is arbitrary. Well, 7 years for Dale is less than arbitrary. And I think it's a good place to begin. I'm sure that any of the 6 or 7 telecom companies, should a hiccup be found underground that they were not aware of and you were not aware of, and it was going to take more than 12 months, I would assume, I would hope, that you'd be willing to work with that provider and give them the amount of time necessary that is reasonable and doesn't stretch out too far to make the correction. Is that right?
That's the goal. I think in a timely manner puts us in an aspirational state, and without something to enforce, then we have what we have on Dale and other streets. And so this would be a tool that staff can use, but as I've mentioned before, our goal is to work with telecom companies. We need to work with them, And so we treat them as partners and see what we could do to help. And so that's why the incentive piece was added to the ordinance proposal tonight, so that we're not going immediately to a stick, but we're trying to find pathways to encourage them to participate and get benefits, monetary benefits, because they wouldn't have to pay for resurfacing the street. We would take that on.
And 12 months, when does that clock start? The time that you've, topped the poles, or?
So when the conduits are complete, we would have the final as-built drawings, and that would be turned over along with a notice saying that your 12 months is beginning.
Would they have concern that they're working in and around our high-voltage contractors? I mean, do they want our work to be done first before their work is begun?
These projects are a mile-ish in terms of distance, so we can always coordinate around if we're going to be in the same vicinity. I don't see that as a barrier to stop somebody from beginning their activities. And that's why we have these coordination meetings. So just because the civil work is completed, it doesn't mean we stop coordinating. We continue to coordinate, and we try to find pathways to address other obstructions that may be coming up during a project.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for all of your hard work on this. I've never had such a spirited discussion with my Public Utilities Commissioner than about this item. So, and I know that it can be a change for some of our telecom providers, but I think if you talk to our residents, our communities, they wait years and years to have the lines in their communities underground. And then to have to sit and look at the remnant poles for years after that, it's just disheartening. And so I really applaud Councilmember Meeks for highlighting this and for putting this together. And while I do, while I do recognize that 12 months sounds like a lot, I think we're all deadline oriented. And so not actually having a time certain would make me uncomfortable, because we've just seen that it doesn't quite get us to where we need to go. So do we have a motion on, I don't believe we
Like to move approval?
Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion before council is the introduction of an ordinance which includes a determination that the amendments to Chapter Point 17.24 of the Anaheim Municipal Code are not subject to CEQA. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Wonderful. Item 21 is a consideration of an ordinance establishing inclusionary housing requirements for new residential projects. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
That's for a staff report from Director Stepter, please.
Good afternoon. My apologies in advance. I do have a bit of a cold. The item before you for consideration tonight is the introduction of an ordinance establishing an inclusionary housing requirement for new residential development projects. This item is a continuation of a series of discussions centered around introducing new affordable housing tools for the city. At the conclusion of the Affordable Housing Production Workshop held on September 10th, Mayor Ashley Akins indicated that she would agendize an ordinance that would establish an affordable housing requirement for new residential development projects. On April 2nd, 2024, during the discussion on useful tools, staff outlined the benefits and possibilities of a local housing trust fund as one of the tools to be discussed in the series of workshops. Following a robust discussion, the City Council directed staff to advance strategies to increase funding for future programming, resulting in the establishment of the Anaheim Local Trust Fund as our first introductory tool. An ordinance establishing the Anaheim Local Housing Trust Fund was approved on August 13th, 2024. On August 20th, 2024, At the mayor's direction, staff brought forth a subsequent item to continue the discussion of affordable housing development policies. This item included a review of Resolution 2018-106, which affirms that affordable housing is a priority for the city and encourages collaboration between developers and city staff to explore options for creating affordable housing. The current local affordable housing development program, which is also known as our Housing Ambassador Program, is voluntary and does not set a specific development goal or provide alternatives to spur affordable housing production. Following this discussion, staff was directed to explore additional policy items, including a more structured inclusionary housing program, and to present detailed information on how such a production program could be structured in Anaheim. Given the volume and complexities of the follow-up information to be covered, the information was provided to City Council in a workshop format. The workshop was held on September 10th, 2024. At the workshop, staff used a hypothetical example to discuss key decision-making points necessary when considering an inclusionary housing policy by any jurisdiction. As reviewed, these points include decisions on applying the policy to specific housing types, the size of developments, affordability levels, and potential in lieu options. Staff also reviewed examples from 3 other Orange County cities demonstrating variations and flexibility in crafting policies that best meet local conditions. After the discussion at the workshop, Mayor Akins requested that staff work with her on drafting an ordinance to bring forth for consideration by the council that is more tailored to Anaheim. There is a chart that is now on the screen that is contained in the staff report that is a result of those discussions. As presented, the policy is proposed to apply to any proposed for sale or for rent residential or mixed-use project with 20 or more dwelling units. Small developments defined as less than 20 units are specifically excluded, as the production of affordable housing in these developments may be difficult to accomplish and or financially infeasible. State of California Assembly Bill AB 1505 authorizes the legislative body of any city or county to adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance that includes residential rental units affordable to low and moderate income households, and establishing on-site affordable production requirements. Jurisdictions must provide alternative methods to satisfy the inclusionary housing requirements. As presented in the table above, developers may choose to provide the requisite number of units at the indicated income levels, or they can choose to pay an in lieu fee for providing the units, not providing the units on site. Any fees collected as in lieu fees would be deposited into the Anaheim Local Housing Trust Fund, which the Housing Authority will use to support the affordable housing development pipeline. The proposed ordinance also includes provisions for a 55-year covenant on for rent developments and a covenant for the initial buyer on for sale development sites that requires an equity share should an initial buyer sell at a market rate. Both covenant processes mirror those of the state density bonus law. Additionally, the ordinance provides opportunities for flexibility in design standards, proportional allocation of unit types, distribution of units throughout the development, and an Anaheim preference for individuals who live or work in the city. If approved, the inclusionary housing ordinance would take effect 30 days after the second read of the ordinance. Development projects in which a formal entitle application or building plan check was formally submitted to the city on or on or after October 8th, 2024 would be subject to the proposed inclusionary housing requirements. Staff recommends not encumbering projects currently undergoing the entitlement process or building plan check process. An inclusionary housing ordinance represents a key component of Anaheim's broader equitable development strategy, but it is not the sole solution to addressing the city's affordable housing challenges. Like in most communities, meeting the housing needs of our lower income families will continue to require public capital and subsidies and must be integrated with a comprehensive set of strategies that provide housing stability, increases the housing supply, and also continues to include subsidizing housing costs. This ordinance aligns with Anaheim Strategic Plan Goal B, enhancing livability by fostering inclusive communities, expanding housing opportunities for all income levels, and supporting economic stability and providing long-term sustainable growth. Lastly, the goal of this policy is to facilitate the production of affordable housing. To the extent that a developer elects to pay in lieu fees instead of providing the on-site affordable units, these fees will provide additional funding into the Anaheim Local Housing Trust Fund. In lieu fees will be a new revenue stream into this fund. With that, we're happy to take questions, and the team is here. The team with me is planning. No, he's this assistant city director. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling my best tonight. Ted White, Andy Nogal, deputy director, and Kevin Clausen, who's all part of my team.
I'm sorry, you're a bit under the weather. I'm sure we'll have one or two questions, but I just wanted to open just with a brief comments that for those watching or listening, that this has truly been a team effort. I think it was over a year ago, Councilmember Fessel suggested bringing back a housing committee. We have built on the work with Councilmember Kurtz, bringing the housing trust forward, as well as several robust meetings where all of my council colleagues gave us a lot of input, which I have taken to heart. And then in crafting this with the team, trying to really listen thoughtfully to the comments of the audience, the comments of our developer community, to try to get us to where we may not all love it, but we're comfortable with it. So don't want it to be something that is a me thing, because I do really appreciate all of my council colleagues weighing in and giving us so much input as we have been guided through this process. So with that, if anybody has any questions or comments, I'll start with Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. You're right. We all definitely want affordable housing in the city. How we get there is the big question. How we get there. I said this before, but the government doesn't build houses. Private sector does. Taxing the housing creators is not the way to produce more housing, especially when it's for sale. That make it especially difficult when you're trying to sell a house. For rental, you might recoup that through the year, but for sales, it's even more difficult. Just think about what both presidential candidates are proposing to contain the importation of Chinese cars. Well, they're both proposing tariff for the cars. What is a tariff? It's a tax on the importation. Why are they trying to put tax on that? So China will sell less of. So that's what you do when you want to cut the consumption. For example, tobacco, we put a lot of taxes in the tobacco. well, we have been successful. We use less tobacco today, and that's a good thing. But when you're trying to tax the housing producers, they're going to have negative effect. Also, the homeowner, now the homeowner came with a lot of responsibilities and a lot of investment. The first few years, you don't have to do a lot of investment in the house, but then with the years, you have to redo the kitchen, redo the bathroom, replace the roof. But you have to share the profit from the house. I don't want to say profit. Is when you sell the house, the extra money, you have to share that, and it's capped. What would you do to replace the roof? What would you replace the bathroom? So it will limit the investment that the homeowner will make in the house, because it won't get the money back in that investment. The real cost of high cost of housing is that we don't produce enough housing in California. And that's not something that is unique to California. It's other states in the same boat here. If this ordinance would help just a little bit, I would vote yes, definitely. But this ordinance will definitely affect the housing production. It's simple economics, simple economics. What we need to do is stimulate the housing construction, stimulate that. Not try to put more taxes and regulation. That doesn't address the root cause of low housing production. We are not addressing tonight the root cause of the housing production. And that's something that I addressed this council previously. The most difficult part of producing a lot of housing is the zoning. Most of our city is zoned for single residence. Imagine the city of Tokyo, Mexico City, Moscow, Seoul, with this type of, that most of the city is single home. It wouldn't be millions of people homeless in Tokyo. It's no way to have affordable housing when the majority of the city is single home, residential. It's no way. Also, by increasing the taxation on the housing producers, it makes it more difficult for the developer to obtain loans. These developers don't have $50 million in the pocket to finance construction. They have to get loans. But to get the loan, they have to prove that they're going to pay that money back to the bank. By putting more costs into the housing production, it makes it more difficult for them to prove that and definitely to get a loan. And that's happening constantly. A lot of developers are not able to get loans for construction because they cannot prove they're going to pay it back. The second biggest barrier for housing production is CEQA. CEQA has killed thousands upon thousands of housing projects in California. Thousands. And it's the biggest excuse that the NIMBYs use to kill projects. I hear coming from many people here while sitting here, I love housing. I love low-income housing. But this is the wrong place. I want it someplace else. That's super common. And the first thing that they use to kill it is CEQA. Again, I would support this if this will help at least a little bit, but this will address the root cause, and this will make it more difficult for the housing production. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Rubalcaba, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So I think from our last discussion, when this initially came to council for discussion, I think I was clear, and many people on this dais, that we definitely need to do something to create more affordable housing in our city. But I was kind of disappointed when I looked at the staff report, because the majority of the feedback that was given from this dais was not included. And I'll give you a few examples before staff addresses this, but I don't recall ever really having the conversation about 20 units. I think there was also some discussion around not including, or what it would look like not to have for sale in there. And so I'm a little confused by the lack of some of the feedback that was given. And I actually went back to review the workshop, because I thought maybe I was dreaming. But then I looked at the report and compared the notes to the comments that were given from this dais, and it wasn't reflective of what's in this staff recommendation. So if you can expand on how we got here, that would be great.
Certainly, as we indicated in our opening statement, we did work with the mayor on preparing this. And the example that was used was a hypothetical report, a report that was, quite frankly, borrowed from another jurisdiction, simply for the point of highlighting these are the major decision-making points when a policy body looks to enact a policy of this type. So then the feedback was, this will be agendized by the mayor as an ordinance to come back that's more directed at Anaheim. There was several things, and you're right, there was a lot of feedback, different feedback in terms of yes, this, no, this. And so what we tried to do was balance the comments from seven. And for sure, we heard from you. I'm not in favor of for sale, but I think we heard, not to call anybody out, but I think something a little bit different from like Councilman Leon, and then in the further follow-up conversations with the mayor. So just trying to balance really what is the directive from really 7 different styles or wants as to how to make a policy. And ultimately, this is not something that staff is saying this is what it is. It's really for discussion, much like it was that evening. We knew that we would have to answer things like, one thing we did here is it's too complicated, because I think that night we had 3 different slides. It's like reduce it down, make it really clear, and make it just 2, and make it really simple and eliminate. So we did attempt to do that, just get it down to 2, try to make it as simple as possible. So that's one of the things we did. So when we also eliminated that middle column is like, okay, well, when somebody asks, well, why 20, why 31, why 40, why 50, why any number, how would you explain that? And so we can walk you through the drill of like some of the thinking about, well, why 20? And again, just for the drill that the academic exercise that we went through that we'd like to explain, because that number really is the policy bodies. It's ultimately not staff who.
What cities, because I don't recall any of the cities that we reviewed. I think Irvine and Santa Ana were up there. Who has a 20-unit threshold?
They're all over the place. We can put the.
So that's the issue I have. I will disclaimer with this. I do at some point will probably support an inclusionary policy if it's the right thing for our city. One of the other things that I recall requesting was a clear plan in the ordinance on how we're going to utilize the in lieu fees, because I heard from people here and people who are living in my district, they want affordable housing units. In lieu fees don't build affordable housing units. It just allows a developer to not include affordable housing units in their project. So in essence, we're just creating a bunch of market rate housing, and then we're taking in lieu fees from these developers. But what are we doing with these fees to create more affordable housing to offset the need for affordable housing in our city?
So in affordable, and in Luffy is intended to produce affordable housing. It is the reason for putting it into the trust fund is to help with our gap financing that the housing authority would then take it on. The developer would not, because this is a production program. So that in Luffy is intended to help production. Unlike the Housing Trust Fund, where you have a $30 million contribution, that really is at the council's discretion as to how the buckets that you would like to influence. In Luffy is intended to be a production program, because it is in place of producing the unit that we're asking you to produce on site. And I did want to, on the 20, I did want to at least academically walk you through that exercise, so you kind of know that this is not a...
because I think one of the things that I mentioned during the discussion is that we want to make sure that Anaheim remains competitive. And I know we get a lot of people who get up and say, well, of course Anaheim's going to be competitive because we have Disneyland and all of these things. That's not necessarily true. We want to make sure that we're not creating a city where people don't want to come and develop. So that is why I'm curious as to that threshold and who has that.
Sure. So rather than borrow from somebody else, because Anaheim, as we all acknowledge, we do things the Anaheim way. So we looked at the thresholds in terms of how many, at what point it applies. It's all over the place when you look at them, and we're happy to put that chart up. But we really started to think, to look at, well, how does production happen in Anaheim? Like, if I'm trying to really, the feedback that we got, we don't really want to harm the small mom and pop type of developer. So we went back and we looked at, well, what is our zoning? Is it the low, medium, the mid, what have you? And the first one was that 18 units to the acre. And so we said, well, that is, in working with our planning partners and looking at what's been built, that's considered a small, like more of a traditional mom and pop. It was that 18 units to the acre. So we thought, well, if you're really doing infill, you're working with about an acre of land in Anaheim, you're going to be building about 18 units to the acre. So that's where the 20 comes from. Unless, of course, you then ask for a density bonus that puts you over that, so you can make a more dense project, but then we're getting affordable units already as a result of having, as a result of them asking for density bonus. So one way or another, if you're sticking to the 18 units on that acre, we're not likely to get affordable because that our code doesn't require it, and you're a smaller developer. But if you're looking to maximize and you say, well, I really need more, then you're going to ask for those density bonuses, and the density bonus law then requires that affordability. So we really just wanted to look at, well, what happens in Anaheim when you're working with a piece of land in Anaheim? That's where that threshold came from.
Hal, what was this time period that you got this analysis from?
Well, these are our current densities.
So these are our current densities for how many projects?
So based on 1 acre of land, it's how the land is zoned, and maybe Ted, maybe you can explain it a little bit better than I.
So what you're looking at here is actually not based on actual project examples, but rather these are development intensities that are allowed by the city's general plan and zoning code. So the residential low, medium, and those are the zoning classifications on the left here, and then the allowed densities are there. So what this is showing is actually just what a 1 acre site would yield given this. We are, the 18 units is established because that is probably our most typical form of development that we're seeing currently, is the residential low, medium. That is a popular zoning classification that we're seeing currently, and that's typically where you're seeing your 3-story townhome type of for sale product. So that's what that is intended to be. What's shown here, it's not reflective necessarily of a typical project per se.
How many acres is the average project built on?
I wouldn't have that, I don't have that off the top of my.
Because like SALT, for example, how many units is that?
SALT is 498 units, but that is a very, very unique site in the sense of it's 70 acres.
And then the
70
development that was built off of Loera and Broadway, how many are there?
There are 315 units in that, in the southwest corner. Yes, 315 units. I believe
In
that's
the
over
Mills
to,
project, how many are there?
I think approximately 56, I believe.
And then the upcoming festival, how many are there?
450. I'm feeling
So we
pretty
don't really
competent
have a
at this.
ton of projects that are 20. I just think the analysis
yes,
of per acre is a little bit misleading in terms of getting to the minimum, what our threshold should be. As I mentioned, I want us to definitely create affordable housing and have an inclusionary zoning ordinance, but I want to make sure that we're not just creating ordinances for the sake of saying we have something, but we're really going to do something to help generate additional affordable housing. And then Grace, back to your comment about the housing trust. So you said intended. So I'm going to quote Dooku, who earlier said, in a timely manner puts us in an aspirational state. Intended also puts us in an aspirational state, and that is why I asked for a specific plan on how we would use the in lieu fees. So if it goes into the housing trust, those in lieu fees could be used for Section 8 housing. It could be used for almost anything, first-time home buyer programs, but not necessarily for last mile funding specifically for affordable housing projects. So that, and also it could just be used for transitional housing facilities when we're looking for working class families who need affordable housing opportunities. So that's why I requested something very specific as to how we're going to utilize those fees and not just dump them into a housing trust that has a layer of complication with, we haven't even used it yet.
Right, and as we reported when we brought forth the Housing Trust Fund, the Housing Trust Fund budget would come to this dais on an annual basis. We would propose, and because you're the policy, if that was the priority, I think you would, if you would direct us and say, how much, we would report how much came from the in lieu fee, and if that was really, the desire, we would not be controlling like however, but if the priority is the development of affordable housing, then we would allot it there, and when we would come to the dais for those directions, that would be how you would approve the dollars to be spent.
And then the last comment I'll have is on the for sale. So I think the reason why the for sale is a point of contention for me is I think I've mentioned before that my husband and I purchased our first home through redevelopment, first-time home buyer program. And one of the things that we've all seen, the studies all show, is that your ability to buy a home is the fastest way out of poverty for most families. To tie somebody who is able to purchase an affordable home to the first seller being limited to how much they would be able to benefit from the sale of that home, to me, it just ties the hands of low-income families even further. Why would they enhance their property at all? Because they're not going to get a return on their investment when they sell it. And the whole point of selling your first home is so that you can get into your second home that's a little bigger and more, beneficial to the families. And I would love to see low-income families, working-class families in my district benefit from that sale. So my proposal for this council to consider would be, why don't we limit it if we have to have for sale, because I know that's something that's important to the mayor, to moderate housing. So there is no covenant that is a requirement for the sale. So if it's a moderate for sale property, then perhaps there is a in lieu fee tied to that, but not the affordable units, because now we're just hurting people who are living in affordable properties even further.
Okay, we're trying to, I want to fully understand that. The reason that it's structured the way it is it's basically just using the way our density bonus program is used, like all our homes at 100 West, the 30 that we use, it's an equity share model. So as your equity goes back up, because the city shared or assisted you in getting it, we get a portion, we benefit in that portion of that upside, but we don't keep it all. There's a formula for that. That does acknowledge that the city helped you to get in and helps us to recycle money, but at the same time does allow you to capture some of the equity. Like the families at 100 West, like the average purchase price here is about $424, but the home is likely worth somewhere in the 800. So the city helped you through our down payment assistance to get in there, and when you go to sell, we will participate in that recapture of somebody that equity share and deposit it into a fund that helps other people that put their foot in the door for the first time.
But in this case, that's not the case. The city's not helping somebody get into an affordable unit. It's just a part of our inclusionary policy.
Directly through the adoption of the policy, because if the policy did not exist, then there wouldn't be a program of that nature.
And I would prefer not to limit the opportunities for people who are getting into an affordable for sale unit. So I would like to explore what that would look like if it was on a moderate unit as opposed to affordable.
They're all are for sale. They will all be sold at the moderate price.
Okay. And that's all the questions I have right now.
Thank you. Excuse me. Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz and then Councilmember Meeks.
Help me understand the in lieu fee. An example, it doesn't matter which one, for rent, 10% in lieu fee per square foot, just so that we all are understanding the same thing. So there's a complex that's going in with...
We do have an example.
Oh, do you? Okay, all right.
All right, I'll hop in here. So this is a hypothetical example of a 240-unit for rent development. As proposed, the set aside would be 10%, which would be broken out into two subcategories, 7% of which would be for the low income at 80% of area median income, and then 3% at very low at 50% of area median income. And so that would equate to 24 of the total 240 units being at affordable rents. And you can see 17 and 7 respectively. If the developer chose to not provide those units on site and pay the in lieu fee alternative, we've calculated an average unit size. Oftentimes in these developments you have studios, 1s and 2s, but just to make the math easy, we weighted those, and it's roughly 875 square feet on average for a unit. So that's, oops, I just noticed there's an issue there with the math, so 200, or no, the number is wrong, 100 units. It should say 240 units, but the math is correct. So that equals 210,000 square feet times $10 a square foot. So they would pay $2.1 million in lieu of providing the 24 units on site.
Oh, I lost you someplace. So the average unit size is 875 square feet.
Correct. So this is on for rent. So 875 square feet. That's roughly a 2-bedroom, 1 to 2 bedroom size unit. The error I noted here, this should say 240 units.
So they're paying, this in lieu fee includes all the square feet of their entire project, not just what would have been.
Not just the affordable units that were required to be provided. That's correct.
Okay, that's a surprise to me.
That would be because if they were building the affordable, they would spread it across the project.
But not 100% of the, I mean, it still is 24 units in the project.
Yes.
But the in lieu fee includes the whole thing. Yes. The whole project.
Correct.
To calculate the fee, yes, it's the whole project, because the cost of producing the affordable units would impact the overall development cost.
Okay, I may have further questions later on that one. the 10% that we're saying would be the housing set aside, 7% low, 3% very low. Who monitors that for 55 years?
We would have to add it to our stock of affordable housing that we already monitor. We do monitor about 4,800 units already. Like the density, all of our density bonus projects, we don't provide financial assistance, but the developer is building affordable units in return for getting incentives from the city to build denser or other things, and so we monitor those.
Okay, and how do you monitor that?
So we have a young lady, Monica Pinto. You probably met a couple. We have all those sites. They must report to us when they have an empty unit. We keep an interest list to make sure that who they're renting to is a live, work Anaheim person. And then periodically, we'll do an inspection. We do also get rent rolls for our affordable units, and that's a whole person's job.
Yeah, so you're working with apartment owners that are really honest, and they're saying, here, I'm going to re-rent this place. And
mostly, there are occasions when we will spot call and say, our rolls indicate that you have 15 units set aside in your complex. If we haven't received a report from them, it's like, can you tell us? Or somebody will call and say, this is listed on as your affordable, and they don't have any. So we do spot check.
Spot check, okay. I'm also puzzled with the 20 unit, or the 20 units, because I thought we had left the discussion with 50 the last time we met. And I think the council member asked a question. Of the cities that we looked at the workshop, do any of them have 20? Do any of them have 50? I don't know. I wish I
We
had
can
that.
pull that chart back up. They were kind of all over the place. Like the 50 was the most recent, the Costa Mesa model that was most recently adopted, and so we kind of picked that one in terms of a hypothetical model. But I think we looked at Santa Ana, who has a lot of different numbers in terms of what's the big, they go much lower than 20, and then La Habra was one of the other ones, and we looked at a number of other Orange County cities. They're kind of all over the place. Some higher, some lower, which is why we went back and said, well, how does development happen in Anaheim, and what's a small developer who's really just looking at a 1 acre infill site? What are they developing? And we knew that for sure that was a developer that we wanted to hold harmless from
Okay.
this. When you get into now, obviously, when we looked at that, it's like, well, if you're getting beyond the 20, now you're assembling sites. So you're putting together, you're cobbling together for a larger project. And then we said, well, at that point, potentially, if at the council's discretion, potentially that could apply to them. Because we really wanted to kind of define for Anaheim, what's a small developer? Because there's no set definition of what that looked like and what that really is. And so when we went back to work with the planning team about, well, infill, 1 acre, a small development that's not intense, what does that look like? That's where that comes from. But again, it's simply for discussion purposes and for us to be able to say, how did you come up with that number? Because the 50 was really a number that Costa Mesa came up with, and we're not 100% sure of how they came up with the
Okay,
number.
and is Costa Mesa here on your list anyplace?
This is a chart, I think, that we use, and you'll see La Habra's unit threshold was 10 and Santa Ana's 5.
Okay, kind of interesting. Costa Mesa's total building area, La Habra total building area, Santa Ana, sliding scale based on habitable area. What does that mean? Do you know?
So in reference to the habitable area, that would exclude common recreation areas within the building, laundry rooms, laundry facilities. It's purely just for the square footage that the unit is occupying, but that's still a total area of the entire building, not just for the individual units that would be required to be affordable.
So when they say total building area over here in Costa Mesa, is that for the acreage that I'm confused?
That would be for the building footprint. So if it's a 4-story building, and let's say each building floor is 50,000 square feet, then it would be 50 times 4, and so 200,000 square feet.
It includes the hallways and the laundry room and everything else. Is that?
Presumably, every city can define it how they want to.
But when somebody says total building area, that's what you assume it means?
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for now. I'll probably have some more later.
Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Leon.
So in establishing the proposed fees here, did you look, I mean, you do a lot of calculations for gap financing and what projects really cost and things like that. Did you do an analysis of what profit is there that would allow developers or would incentivize developers to continue to build in Anaheim with this additional burden on top of it? Because you have information on how much projects cost generally.
Yes, affordable housing projects, not so much the market rate developments, because each development is a little different, and there's a
4-story apartment building pretty much costs the same, right? Well,
For
that's a whole nother discussion, but that'll be another question. Yeah. So did you do any analysis on that? Is there room in their budget to pay these and still build in Anaheim?
For
market rate. Okay,
Yes.
I'm going to pay all the market rate. I can either have affordable units in that's going to cut into my rental profit moving forward, or I can pay an in lieu fee that's going to cut into my immediate profit margin. And as much as we'd like to think that developers are in it for providing housing for the world, they need to make a return on their dollars. And so I'm trying to understand, have you done the analysis to say, this still works and people will be able to afford? Because construction costs have skyrocketed, and that's part of our problem here. So is this an additional burden that makes it even less attractive to start? We used to have like tons of building going on, but then things skyrocketed. Does this continue to hurt the amount of building that's getting done?
There is an analysis that gives us information on terms of like what is the affordability gap, and in essence, if you were to build these on site, how much would it cost you? And it's much higher than what those in lieu fees. That doesn't necessarily say, well, if I charge you this, will you no longer build it because my profit margin is lower.
Yes. Or the rent on the market rate units are higher. We have now, and that's my biggest concern on this whole concept. And I, support affordable housing. I just think we need to figure out ways to fund it that doesn't burden our middle class that's trying to move forward and pay their bills and work hard and make it in the world, and now they're going to subsidize their neighbor. I just don't think that's fair. And so I have a real problem with that. I also have
When we looked at the apartments, we did see, we did look at everything that's being built as a new product, and we compared it to what are the rents for that versus the moderate income and how much that is. And most of the new construction is far above market. And there is a return on investment for that. Exactly what that number is what was in the study? We'll look at the paper and make sure we answer before the.
Okay. I also agree with some of the other council members that this isn't what was discussed before. I mean, as far as I recall, we did not discuss a fee on for sale units. We felt that it was important to build those and incentivize developers to build for sale and make those affordable to everybody, or as affordable as they can be. And then also we talked, I mean, it was presented as an affordable housing workshop, and there were a lot of things discussed. And the only one that's gotten brought back is inclusionary housing. So what are we doing with some of the other concepts, like looking at our affordable housing standards, and can we adjust those so that we can deliver more affordable housing, more units moving forward with our funding available, with our available funding? Have we looked at what can we do to incentivize the state to come up with some sort of tax increment moving forward on a long-term solution to this? What have we done? I mean, hopefully we're moving forward with a ATID contribution to our housing trust fund. Are we exploring other ways to fund the housing trust fund? It just, I mean, this is the one thing. This is the one thing that has been driving this, and we have this workshop with all these ideas from everybody, and this is the one thing that gets brought back, and I'm very disappointed in that. So this is not, as I've said before, I'm have a real struggle subsidizing the affordable housing on the backs of other community members. So I can't support this, but I also want to look at other answers. So that's where I'm right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Grace, for being here, even though you're not feeling well. Really appreciate you and your team and your continued efforts in our city with affordable housing. I have a couple questions. Do we have, and I'm sorry if this was asked, do we have any information or an idea of what types of projects we have coming down the pipeline? And I know that you mentioned that we don't want this to apply to those because they're already going through an application process, but I just want to kind of get an idea of what sorts of projects we have that...
We do have an idea. Do you want to take that?
And to clarify, Ted, maybe I should clarify, in terms of for sale projects and for rent projects, in terms of the current pipeline, what does that look like?
Sure, thank you. Certainly we do have a few, larger apartment buildings that are in the pipeline. Namely, the Hills Preserve project is forthcoming. In addition to that, there's a proposed larger apartment complex at the Festival Shopping Center. It would be 450 residential units that's also in the pipeline. I'll say that on the macro level, in terms of this moment in time, what we are seeing, and certainly, by the way, OC Vibe is forthcoming as well. Lennar still has capacity for multifamily residential in the Platinum Triangle as well. Where we're seeing more building permits pulled recently, and kind of in this moment in time with interest rates where they are, we are seeing apartment projects having a more challenging time getting financing based on in terms of feedback that we're getting. But there's optimism with the interest rates starting to lower seemingly. So we are seeing a continued interest in the 3-story townhome product as something that continues to work well in the marketplace. Again, I caution that that's sort of the recent past, and what we're seeing is kind of the most popular product now, but that can change very quickly as interest rates change, as construction costs change. So the market is very sensitive to different variables. And we would continue to, I believe we would continue to see a mix of multifamily and for sale products come into the marketplace over the next 10 years.
Okay, so to recap what you said, right now we're seeing a lot more for sale projects come through, but at the same time, we're probably going to see a mixture of for sale and multifamily for rent projects down the line. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then Grace, remind me, currently, what do we have in place? It's a voluntary contribution for developers?
That's correct. It's also known as our Housing Ambassador Program. When somebody is looking to develop, we do have a conversation with them about density bonus and just just our need and potential partnership for the fact that we have interest lists, and maybe that might help to lease up your unit or sell your unit quicker, but it is a voluntary program.
And so are there any instances where you're meeting with a developer and the developer asks you, how much should I contribute to get my project through to the finish line? Have you or your staff been in those situations? Where I know you cannot answer the question, but have you been in that situation where the developer is asking you?
The question has been asked, but we know that as staff that's not, we would say, it's a voluntary program. The amount could be zero. It could be, it's completely at the developer's discretion.
But it sounds like currently we kind of have an uneven playing field. We don't have any specific guidelines for developers to be able to come in and plan accordingly for their projects, because it could be zero, it could be 100,000. There's no real guideline there for them. Is that correct?
Right. The city's efforts, and there's been many of them, is really to try to reduce the burden for developers, so that create a landscape or set the table, if you will, to make it easier to develop here. And so that Ted could talk about this in much greater detail than I can, or more expert. We've done things like we have taken on the cost of creating overlay zones. We've done a lot of planning that where the city has taken on the cost of things that might have gone to the developer. So that has been thought, with the overlay zone, with some of the environmental stuff that we've done, because we've, in essence, made ourselves a city that has set the table in ways that other cities have not, potentially then maybe in exchange for the fact that environment has been created here for you, you might voluntarily participate in the creation of affordable housing. And I think that's really been where we're at in terms of and so that's the kinds of conversations that we have, in terms of Andy, when people say, well, where can Andy visits with folks quite often and says, where can I visit? Where can I develop in Anaheim? He goes through that whole revisit. Well, these are the overlay zones. This is where the city has already created that opportunity for you not to have to go through a general plan amendment. We've already set the table for you to be able to do that by right. And those conversations are really that partnership, where it's like, because the city has done that, potentially you might want to consider also including affordable housing, because it may be more expensive to do this in another city, because another city may not have created these zones where you don't have to go through that lengthy, costly general plan amendment process.
Thank you for that. I'm looking at page 2 of the staff report with kind of what's being considered, and I think it's a starting point for a conversation, but if we were to pass this is obviously our rules for the city. If at some point in the future we find that these numbers or this approach maybe isn't working as well as we wanted to, do we have the option of coming back and having an additional discussion to make improvements based on what we've learned?
Yes, this is wholly a local city council policy directive. And so reviewing it is recommended, I would think, in terms of like, well, has it been negative? Has it been positive? You know, is there a chance to adjust? So yeah, definitely you would, as a policy body, I think, want to review and get feedback as to what has it done or not done, and make those adjustments accordingly.
I appreciate that, and I'll defer. I have some more comments. I'll defer to my colleagues, but I'll just say I think what's proposed, I don't think is a bad start. I know there's a lot of folks that want us to go further and do a lot more, but I think the fact that we have this sort of starting point for us, for the city, and as you mentioned, I mean, we're a unique city, and we want something that's going to work for us, and the fact that we can go back and review it, I'm comfortable with this. And again, I'll defer to my colleagues. I think at the end of the day, we all want to move affordable housing forward. I think we want to make sure that we're bringing developers on as partners in this process, and ensuring that we're looking out for our residents. So I just want to say this, I'm comfortable with this as a starting point for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Grace, I know you had mentioned that we track the how much per square foot, or maybe I heard you say we track how much per square foot we know in the affordable space. Can you just share, do we have a kind of a per square foot cost in our affordable units? How much it costs us to build housing?
We do. I want to check and see if that's one of our 50 slides that we have as a backup, potentially, maybe not. But yes, we do track that. The slide that we have is on our per unit basis rather than a per square foot.
Okay, but you felt that it costs more than $5 a square foot or $10 a square foot to actually build these units on site?
Yes, when we go back to the slide of what it actually yields, we did think that it would cost more than $5 to build a homeownership unit, and the $5 was really an attempt to balance the feedback that was, we want homeownership, we don't want to hurt homeownership, and so it's like we looked at other people's, including La Habra's, like what's kind of the lowest, and so that's why. So in theory, the in lieu fee should capture enough for us to be able to produce that unit off-site. Because this is a production program, but if that was the true cost of producing that unit off-site, it potentially could make it prohibitive and could hurt for sale. And that was the same exercise with the apartments.
Well, and I know we've had many discussions about this, and I think the plan, or at least the intent, was to just get us to a decision-making point after several discussions and workshops. And when we look at this, I mean, I look at it as an invitation to our development community to really participate in the affordable housing that we're trying to build, within our community, and to be a true partner. When Disneyland Forward came forward, we had a lot of really strong requests about them partnering with us as part of a development agreement to pay into some sort of affordable housing trust. I don't remember if it was established at the time. We've done the same thing with OC Vibe and our entertainment communities. We have asked them to participate with us and to help us try to build some affordable housing. I think somebody already mentioned we're asking our hoteliers to consider their ATID funds to help us, participate at a smaller level for affordable housing. So I just think it's only fair when we look at a lot of our for-profit developers to just ask them to participate in a way that is not punitive. I was really cognizant of the comment last time from the development community that we don't mandate that it has to be built on site, that we do present an in lieu fee. And I took that to heart, and I think that that's an important part of for sale residential development, as well as keeping it to the moderate income. And then when we come to having for rent residential development, making sure that we're competitive with cities around us, that we're not being complicated and having multi-tier levels, that we are trying to just make sure that we are known as being welcome and open to development in Anaheim. And as far as the project size, that's just something that, we just in conversation, we're looking at what works for Anaheim. And so I defer to a lot of the expertise at that table about what is a good unit price, but certainly not married to it if it's something that is the cause of concern to try to get this over the finish line. But, I kind of echo Councilmember Leon's comments in that I think it's a good middle of the road starting point. And I'd like to see us move forward with something and like to just hear people's comments about how we do that. So Councilmember Fussell, I know you haven't had a chance to speak yet, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, you brought this farther than has ever been, so congratulations on that. And you and I have chatted a couple of times about this. One, we agree on a lot on this, incidentally, and we probably have disagreed on a little, but one of the items that we have disagreed on is the inclusion of for sale. And we've chatted about that. And what I would like to see, and although it's 9:15, we could very well be here till midnight thrashing this out. But I would very much like to walk away tonight with an agreement, but it's going to be an interesting path in arriving at that. I'm still not comfortable with including for sale, and for a couple of reasons. I'm sensitive to the fact that several of our colleagues tonight have said it's important to for sale to achieve a for sale property for some of our young families is an achievement. Let's not make it harder for them. And if we add even a few dollars a square foot on a for sale development, I'm just concerned that may in some way put that additional price burden on the developers, which will eventually put the price burden on the new homeowners. So I'm not comfortable with that. Also, it's been suggested by some of our public speakers tonight, look at Santa Ana. I think Santa Ana's program is way too complicated. And I would not be, I think trying to find something that works for Anaheim that's simplified, I think is important, and I'm supportive of that. 20 units, I don't remember that any of us talked about 20 units. A couple of weeks ago, I thought I heard 40 or 50 by some of my colleagues here. At least that's what I thought I did. And I actually, although we didn't talk about it at length, we only referred to it, I think, once, was the Costa Mesa model. And could we bring that back up? Now, let's just, and I'm just, not that I'm pitching Costa Mesa, but I'm just looking at this. Does this work for Steve? would I be comfortable with this? It's rental only. It does not include for sale for the reasons that I've talked about. I think the threshold at 50 might be a little high. I would probably be able to go down something less than that. I'm not comfortable with 20. The $10 a square foot is probably a place that we could begin at. The 60 or more dwelling units per acre, those would be, large, very, very dense projects that we have had across the city. So 10% at low and 5% at very low. And then under 60 dwelling units per acre, 6% low and 4% very low. As Madam Mayor, you said, and my colleague at the end there said, let's find something that's a place to start. For me, that's a place to start. The one that has been suggested by staff is not a starter for me. So I'm just discussing, okay, what would be a starter for me? And the Costa Mesa model with some tweaks would be a starter for me. And I know that that's not necessarily, Madam Mayor, where you and I wanted to arrive at. But bear in mind, if this was a few years ago, I wouldn't be comfortable with any of this, but I am today. And I'm just trying to find out, is there more agreement or less agreement on something like the Costa Mesa model than perhaps the Santa Ana model, or what staff had originally showed us? So again, I'm just throwing something out there. How do we feel about that? Because I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth here. And Mayor Tate was always concerned about building the airplane while we were flying it. I think that's where we're going to end up being tonight, nonetheless. Okay, so thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I know Mayor Pro Tem had some comments, and then I have a question for council. Sorry, attorney, not city council.
Okay, I'm going to go back to a question that Councilmember Rubalcava asked. When we collect, if we were to collect in lieu fees, can we show them as restricted funds into the housing trust to be used only for building affordable units?
I believe so. I would defer to, we would definitely be putting them in the housing trust fund, and I think much like we've offered to other entities, it's like in terms of like if this is for, because like when we've got the pro housing grant, that money is strictly for development. It's going to be for gap financing. The Disney money is a lot more flexible. We will double check, and Rob, I'm not sure that you heard the question, but if we deposit this money into the trust fund, can we restrict it to be for production?
We'd have to look at the structure of the trust fund and determine whether or not that's something. Nothing stands out to me as a problem as long as it's within the rules of whatever the trust fund parameters are.
I think that's an important point if we're trying to affect the build of affordable housing. I have to agree with the Councilmember Fessel in that I'm having a hard time digesting for sale. I'm having a hard time digesting 20 units because I thought we had left it at 50 or so. And I'd like to get something done tonight. I'd like to make it as simple as possible to follow. I too do not like the Santa Ana complexity with the set aside being simple, no matter how many units. What are we looking at? 10%, 7%, low, 3%, very low. I think, is that what we had for the suggestion? I'd like to keep it that simple instead of depending on the number of units and so forth. Yeah, what we have. So it's kind of a mix. I think 20 is too low, 50 might be too high. What's the average number of units that we get requests for in building?
I don't know that we could frame it as an average, but I can tell you residential development projects that have come in since 2021, 112 units, 156 units, 12 units, 43, 31, 18, 73, 34, 223, 83, 24, 500 and change, 4 units, and 44 units. So there really is a range. You know, those were the last 1,300 plus units that have been proposed.
So,
came in all shapes and sizes.
35 or 40 would have caught most of them.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
We did look at the Costa Mesa model. I think the only footnote that we would put on the Costa Mesa model is that it's so close to density bonus that a developer can just look at that and say, well, I'll add another unit here or there, and I'll just do density bonus. And we were sensitive to the fact that the density bonus request is often linked to parking concessions.
When they get the density bonus, what % must be affordable?
It's a sliding scale. So for the low, it's 10%. For very low, it's 5%. And so if you notice, we've structured it such that the percentages don't actually automatically trigger density bonus.
Okay, but what you just told me is that if a developer says, well, I might as well get the density bonus, we're getting our affordable housing.
But we're losing part, yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Rubacalva, and then Councilmember Leon.
So a question about the housing trust. So I know you asked the city attorney whether or not we'd be able to put parameters around the in lieu fees. Does it have to go into the housing trust, or could it be its own separate account? I think we've kind of put it in a box that doesn't necessarily have to be there.
In a lot of the legislation that we reviewed around this, it does identify something that I think generically called as a housing trust. You do have to park it somewhere where you show what you collected under the specific ordinance and what you do with it.
So could we create a separate trust specifically for this? Because I think that would be the best way to measure the use of the funds as well, and to keep track of how much not that we're not great accountants, but I just would like to make sure that we keep the money clean and my whole thing, it does not fall on deaf ears when I have residents come over and say, we want to see affordable housing units built. And like I said, if we're just collecting in lieu fees, we're not creating affordable housing units unless we can actually show that we are doing that. So that's a concern for me. And then I also just wanted to, I support Councilmember Fessel's remarks. I know for a long time I wasn't really in line with Inclusionary, but I do see that we need to do something nobody feels sorry for developers, let's just put it that way. And I acknowledge that. But I also want to make sure that we're competitive. And I do recall having the discussion where 40 to 50 was the unit threshold. And we were more competitive on the, and no for sale. So as was mentioned, I would like to see something in place, we have nothing now. So having something would be a good thing to move forward with, so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what I'm hearing is from some of my colleagues that 20 units is too low, but 60 units is probably a little bit high. I'm just gonna throw it out there and see if there's any support of either 35 or 40. And then I am okay with having a separate trust. I think that's fine. Yeah.
Or have the city attorney check to see if it can be restricted funds.
I'm cool with that, if you guys are cool with that. And then this would be a starting point. So if there's more support for rent, then I'm comfortable with that. So I don't know what colleagues your thoughts are, or Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I was
That's
going to
your-
ask the city attorney, can we separate these and then just have the ordinance, if that's the will of the council, to strike the for sale, then just have it, the for rent at 35 units so basically just the bottom part of the chart, but with 35 units as opposed to 20.
Whenever there's revisions made on the spot for first readings, it's important that if we want to keep it a first reading, that the revisions or changes are easy to sort of define in a way that we can still keep this as a first reading. I'm pretty confident we can, I'm gonna look at Ryan over there, but I'm pretty confident. He's nodding his head, so it's okay. I think we could probably segregate the for sale units, separate that out of the ordinance, and also convert the 20 to 35 or 40 in a way that we can preserve this as a first reading.
So
Any
it's,
objections?
would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to move this forward for rent for 35 units or more, with the understanding that either one, we are going to create our own, an additional, is that too much?
That's the part that, I mean, the ordinance has this going into a trust fund, correct? So if we were to modify it in a way, I mean, two things. If we continue to keep it in a trust fund, we can address the trust fund parameters separately. If we are instead looking at it to go into a separate fund, I feel uncomfortable saying we're going to be able to articulate in a way that we could say this is a first reading.
So we can keep the motion saying that this is going to go right now to the Affordable Trust Fund, Housing Trust Fund that we have currently, with the expectation that we're going to look into restricting that as part of that trust fund for specifically creating more affordable housing units.
Yeah, and then all I would ask is for a little grace on that. If we determine between this reading, if it's passed, and a second reading that there's some obstacles to that, we would come back to council and explain that and ensure that the council still wants to move forward with a second reading. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me, to my colleagues.
I'll give you a second on.
Okay, so, starting this over. Make a motion to move the proposed inclusionary housing policy forward for rent residential developments for large projects of 35 units or more. That's going to go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund with the expectation that we'll be able to restrict those to creating affordable housing units. And I will ask for a second.
I will second. Oh, sorry. You have 2 seconds.
We all
All
want
right.
a second.
Yeah, there you go.
A collective second, I think, for the record.
Okay, so call for the vote.
You want to?
The ordinance is introduced with the amendment showing forward that we're moving forward with the for rent residential development for the small project up to 35 units, large project up to 35 units or more. The additional that we will show that the funding will go into the trust fund, looking into that it could be created under restricted and used for housing units, affordable housing units moving forward. And the vote is 5 ayes, 2 nays, nays by Councilmember Diaz and Councilmember Meeks. And the motion to introduce the ordinance with the amendments as stated per record moves forward.
Oh, yes, but Councilmember Fessel.
So a couple of years ago, when I asked that we recreate the affordable housing ad hoc, maybe in the back of my mind, I was hopeful that we would arrive at today. And I want to thank all of our colleagues here, and even the ones that didn't support this. I think we all listened to each other, and I'm damn proud of what we did tonight. Madam Mayor, through your leadership and poking us along for the last couple of years, this is the closest it's ever come. And tonight, we brought it over the goal line. Now, there's still a chance to, I hope we don't pick this apart by the time the second reading comes, but I think this is something that we can live with. And in years hence, if we decide that we want to change this, you can change this. Yes.
No, I thank you so much for those comments, and I agree. I think this is a wonderful thing that we're doing for our residents that we hear from every meeting about how expensive it is to live and live by their families and kids living by their parents in Anaheim. But as was remarked earlier, this is just one more tool in the tool chest with our housing trust, with the partnerships with some of our larger stakeholders in the city. This is just one more thing that we can be proud of to really try to tackle what is an extremely, extremely complex issue. So thank you to everyone for the support of this issue. It is like the best birthday gift ever. So our next item is a consideration of a resolution requesting the state of California take emergency action to strengthen and stabilize California's marketplace for property insurance as requested by Councilmember Meeks.
That's for staff report from Senior Admin Analyst Guerrero, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item before you today is a council resolution requesting the state of California to take emergency action to strengthen and stabilize California's marketplace for property insurance. At the September 10, 2024 City Council meeting, Councilmember Meeks requested an agenda item to formally urge the state to address the property insurance crisis. In 1988, California voters passed Prop 103, which established strong consumer protections aimed at maintaining fair and affordable insurance rates to foster a competitive marketplace. As of recently, 2 of the state's largest insurance companies, accounting for over 27% of the admitted insurance market, announced they would cease insuring new homeowners and commercial properties in California. Several other companies representing over 36% of the market plan to restrict new policy. This reduction in available insurance options significantly impacts consumer access to coverage, leaving property owners across the state unable to secure new policies or have limited options for property insurance. As stated in the resolution, the city of Anaheim has a unique disposition with neighborhoods located near wildfire areas, which can potentially put homeowners at risk of losing or obtaining insurance policies that protect their properties. For those who are unable to secure coverage, they are compelled to apply for the California Fair Access to Insurance requirements, otherwise known as the FAIR Plan. The FAIR Plan is a state-established risk pool designed as a last resort to provide temporary coverage. The limited insurance options available to consumers has resulted in a steady increase in FAIR Plan enrollment over the past 5 years, which can potentially jeopardize the plan's stability and put the safety net at risk. To help address this issue, the proposed resolution urges the state to take emergency action to strengthen and stabilize California's marketplace for property insurance. City of Yorba Linda recently approved a similar resolution in August 2024, along with the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors in June 2024. If approved, the resolution will be transmitted to the insurance commissioner, state legislature, and the governor. That concludes the staff report, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll turn this over to Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you, Alyssa. As you could tell from some of the facts that she was going, this is a crisis waiting to happen, and it's affecting immediately the people in high fire hazard areas. You know, getting the FAIR plan, you basically double your homeowner's insurance because you have to have the FAIR plan for fire, and then you still have to have insurance. It's becoming unaffordable. You know, we talk about trying to increase our housing. This is going to impact not only, you know, building houses. You can't get insurance for things you're going to build, but buyers can't get insurance. So I realize this isn't going to change anything immediately, but just sending a note to the state and making sure that they know we're watching and that it's important to all of us, I thought was important. So I will move approval of this item.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Leon.
I support it and I'll second it.
Thank you. I just want one clarification to confirm this is in response to a statewide problem, not just one city or one portion of a city. It's the entire state. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to weigh in on this because I had some concerns about doing a resolution from the council as opposed to just a letter from a specific council person's office or a group of council people. And I'll tell you what my concerns are, is that I feel like what we're advocating for is deregulation and the weakening of Prop 103 that ensures at its very core that the public has eyes in an open and transparent way on how our insurance rates are set and how they are determined. When Prop 103 was enacted, insurance companies across the state were allowed to incorporate a bunch of factors in setting your auto rates, your home rates. It could be based on your zip code. It could be based on your race. It could be based on what neighborhood you lived in. And when we started having an insurance commissioner and started regulating insurance companies, it was specifically to make sure that we were advocating for consumers and not for the insurance industry, which had for decades really taken advantage of a lot of California citizens. And so when we are using language where we're asking the insurance commissioner to fast track rates, or when we're asking the insurance commissioner to not have any delays due to potentially public information, public hearings, legal challenges, I feel like we're asking him to gut the one thing that actually protects California homeowners and California insurance. And I just in doing research on this, I was looking at what they did when they deregulated in Florida. Florida now has rates that are 2.5 times higher than the state of California. They also have something similar to the FAIR system, which is basically insurance of last resort. California has 4% of people in California that are using that. Florida is almost 20%. And so I'm just really cautious, and I don't feel comfortable, not being, or asking the state to in any way deregulate both the insurance commissioner industry or 103. And so I can't support this. And would really prefer that those that have strong opinions on it group and do a letter, but it not be a resolution from the city taking a forward position to weaken Proposition 103.
Can I respond to that a little bit?
Absolutely.
Okay, because it's not advocating deregulation, but we had a town hall with the insurance commissioner, and his office was taking multi-months, years to approve rates and things for insurance companies. It's not about not doing it transparently, it's about doing it efficiently, and it's caused a lot of the insurance markets to get out of California, not be able to adjust their rates in a timely manner. He needs to be more proactive in addressing this issue, and that's that's what I'm asking the state to do, is to look at what is causing this problem. Why are the insurance companies leaving California? He believes that if he can get more insurance companies back in our market, then the market competition will keep rates at a reasonable level to the extent possible. I mean, there's a lot of things that are driving rates, like natural disasters and liability issues and things like that. But that's his first step, is trying to get insurers back in the market so that there's better competition. And I just he didn't think it was a crisis. He didn't think it was gonna take a while. You won't see it right away, and so I just felt it was important to acknowledge the fact that this is a crisis that's moving forward pretty quickly, and we need to take action because it'll take a while for those insurance companies to choose to be back in the California market. But it's not about deregulation or weakening the protection of our residents.
Yeah, I guess I was listening to some of the comments that have been made at the state legislature commissions, as well as what was initially presented and then what's being passed. And a lot of it was, in order to re-enter the market, we want protection for 85% of homeowners that are in endangered areas. And now there's a requirement that it's just 5%. There's no indication, or there's not going to be a requirement that when it is a heightened rate because of anticipated climate risk, that they're going to publicly disclose why or how they kind of reached those rates. So I guess the fear is it's going to be a lot of heightened rates that are going to go into effect on day one without any public process, and kind of taking the teeth out of what the insurance commissioner's office, as well as the public, really is supposed to do. And I apologize for nerding out. This is my wheelhouse, is insurance. And I guess that's my concern, because I think there's been models in other areas, and not that it's the forum of this dais, but to get people to re-enter the California insurance rate, you can tie it to auto. I mean, we've done that we've seen healthcare insurance companies do that when we implemented the Obamacare in California. There's a lot of things I think legislatively that can be done, but I'm not sure that this gets us there. So, I think if it was something that was more comfortable if council colleagues joined a letter, but I just don't think a resolution asking for expediency and trying to, I know we all want to cut red tape, but cutting red tape at the expense of transparency is something that really is, I'm not comfortable with.
That's good.
Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you. So when I read this resolution, I didn't see it as a request to deregulate or I actually saw it as, so I do get a lot of, let me rephrase. Working for the state previously, we did get a lot of people who had complaints or concerns about our current insurance landscape. Also, there are people who live in my district who are getting their insurance canceled. There are insurance companies who are no longer taking on new policies. And I think the last page 3, where it says, now therefore be it resolved by the city of Anaheim as follows, and then it lists a list of things, expand coverage options for all consumers. These are things that are needed by the people who live in our city. My opinion is if we limit it to council members, we make this a political issue instead of a city issue, and I want to avoid it being political. And I think if we keep it focused on, it's a resolution coming from the city of Anaheim, the largest city in the county of Orange, 350,000 residents who are impacted by the fact that they cannot get insured, but they're required to have auto insurance and homeowners insurance and all of the issues. I feel comfortable with this resolution. I will support it. And I don't see it as deregulating or requesting to deregulate Prop 103 at all. I do think that this makes it more transparent. I feel like our commissioner probably needs to be aware of the fact that, it's not working. He needs to put a little more pressure on these insurance companies to do the right thing. So.
Anyone have any more comments or questions? think we have a motion and a second.
Just a quick question. I think, Madam Mayor, is there anything specifically on here that you're concerned with, or it's just the entire thing?
You know, I guess it's that when I was reading the 5 things, when we're talking about, yes, we want to have expanded coverage for all consumers, but when we talk about enhancing efficiency, speed, I mean, that just makes me nervous because I don't know what that means and what we're advocating for. Adjusting the rate approval process is something that really, to me, could possibly abut going against 103 because it's pretty laid out the way it is. And we do have a competitive insurance marketplace. When we look at reinsurance costs, that's just not a really large issue that I think this is going to solve. So there's just a lot of buzzwords in here that I think it's a pretty complicated issue that I just want to make sure that I'm comfortable that when we're asking him to do, we know exactly what we are asking the governor, the state legislature, and our insurance commissioner to do.
Okay. I'll defer to my colleague. He's got a question.
Madam Mayor, is there, just looking at the last page of the resolution, are there some whereases or some of the points that you'd like to strike to make it more palatable here, maybe?
You know, I did not redline it, and maybe I should have should have done that. I mean, I'm happy to, if we want. I don't. It's not my resolution, and it's not mine, so I don't want to, you know, in any way recommend. But it's like if we want to work on it and change a bit of language, if a resolution is important as opposed to a letter. That's why I thought a group letter, if that actually solves the issue that I don't have to sign, then that's fine. Everyone has the right to their opinion on these issues, and I understand the urgency of the issue. But if it's something that, you know, we can bring back next meeting and try to find some middle ground, I'm happy to do that. But I'm just being respectful that it's not my item.
I'd be happy to work with you over the next week or so if you have recommended changes and bring it back next council meeting.
Okay. No,
All right.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. So
You're
can
gonna
we
do a
override
substitute?
that motion with a,
Take back my second?
yeah, with a continuance?
Okay.
So we'll reflect the motion by Councilmember Meeks, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz to continue to the next meeting on October 29th. Please cast your vote.
Cast a vote for
Yes, to
continuance.
continue. Okay, thank you.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays to continue to the October 29th council meeting.
Okay, so item number 23 is a discussion regarding a possible local ordinance restricting the acceptance of gifts from certain restricted sources as requested by Councilmember Leon and worked on with Councilmember Diaz. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from City Attorney Fabella, please.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mayor and Council. At the request of Councilmember Leon in collaboration with Councilmember Diaz, we are bringing forth a discussion of gift restrictions, both what exists now under state law and what the council can consider to further bolster restrictions under a local ordinance. In preparing for this item, we asked for the input and analysis of our new ethics officer, Assistant City Attorney Arden Berjikli, who sits with us here today and will be available to provide further input. First of all, you all know that restrictions on accepting gifts already exist under state law. The emphasis under state law is on public disclosure and transparency rather than outright bans or low monetary limits. And obviously, accepting gifts in exchange for local action, also known as a bribe, is always illegal. State law also specifically allows for more stringent local restrictions. Under state law, a gift is anything of monetary value that confers a personal benefit on the recipient to the extent that consideration of equal or greater value is not received. The basic state rules are that anything over $590 from a single reportable source in a calendar year is prohibited. That number, by the way, fluctuates every 2 years and goes up by the Consumer Price Index. The other basic rule is that anything over $50 must be reported on your Form 700. There are many exceptions to state restrictions on gifts. For example, a gift can be returned within 30 days without having to be reported or counting against the annual maximum from a single source. Event tickets received by the city and distributed under a city ticket policy is an exemption. Instead, those are disclosed on a Form 802 by the clerk's office. Gifts from pre-existing close or personal friends or family members are also excluded. So some cities don't think that the state's $590 restriction and disclosure requirements go far enough. So we looked into many jurisdictions, including Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, Santa Ana, and the County of Orange to see what they do. Cities that have enhanced gift restrictions have reduced the $590 state limit, $590 state limit to lower amounts, such as $100 or $50 or even $0. Some local governments apply lower limits to any reportable source, or they tailor it to apply only to lobbyists and others with business before the entity. So in consultation with Councilmember Leon and Diaz and with the advice of our ethics officer, here's an example of some local restrictions that could be considered effective in limiting the perception of undue influence. First, you could lower the limit from lobbyists or those who with business with the city, what we would call restricted sources, before the city to $50 or some other number less than the state maximum of $590. You could apply the gift restriction to elected officials or more aptly to all Form 700 filers within the city, which is most typical among other agencies, or you can also decide to apply it to all city employees if you so desire. Along those lines, you could expand the lower limitation to all gifts, not just those from lobbyists and those doing businesses, restricted sources, but also to any reportable source, such as an Anaheim business owner that is not a lobbyist or someone doing business before the city. Here are some possible restricted sources. If you decide to limit to restricted sources, those restricted sources could be those seeking a city contract within the past 12 months, those having a current city contract with the city of Anaheim, those seeking a license, permit, or other entitlement within the past 12 months, registered lobbyists, or those required to register. If you were to move forward on a gift restriction, a local gift restriction, you do also have to think about enforcement. We recommend that any gift restriction be part of the Sunshine Ordinance with an emphasis on compliance with a warning to cure within 30 days, for example, versus strict enforcement. If there's a desire for harsher consequences, then you can ensure that intentional or illegal behavior is referred to an outside law enforcement agency. But internally, the range of penalties could be censure or, in the case of employees, employee discipline. So here's a chart that we can reference if the council decides, first, to move forward with a local restriction, and second, to limit the restriction to restricted sources. Let's assume someone wants to give you 2 bottles of wine in a calendar year, valued at $50 each. If you lower the gift limit to $50 from a restricted source, then you can use this chart as a guide. First, ask, is this person a restricted source, such as a lobbyist or someone doing business with the city? If yes, then you can only accept 1 bottle of wine in a calendar year due to the $50 restriction. If the person is not restricted source, then ask if the person is a reportable source. For example, someone you'd have to report on your Form 700, but they're not a lobbyist and they're not someone with current business with the city. If yes, you can accept both bottles of wine, but you'd have to report the collective value of the wine, or $100, on your Form 700. If the person is not a reportable source, such as a family member or a close personal friend, then you may accept both bottles and there is no need to report on a Form 700. So here's some direction you can give to us today. First and primarily, do you want to move forward with a local ordinance? Second, if so, what should the monetary limit be? Third, do you want the lower monetary limit to apply to all reportable sources or just restricted sources such as lobbyists and those with business before the city of Anaheim? Also, to whom should the restriction apply? Should it be just elected officials, all Form 700 filers, or every employee in the city? And then finally, what enforcement options do you want to consider are most palatable for the council? And that basically concludes the report. So we're here to answer any questions you may have or to foster any discussion among the council.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to City Attorney and our Ethics Officer for their time, the work, and the research on this. I know it's nearing 10 o'clock, so I'll be brief. There's a few goals of putting this item forward, and it's essentially, it takes another step in addition to all of the reforms that we previously considered and passed to strengthen our sunshine ordinance to continue restoring public trust in our municipal government. The current limit for gifts from a restricted source for lobbyists or someone with business before the city is $590. So we can receive a gift of up to $590 as long as we report it and it's okay. And I think, and Arden, I think you said this, there's a lot of nice things that you can buy for almost $600. This is intended as a discussion, but maybe as a starting point for the discussion, I wanted to propose that we lower the limit for gifts from restricted sources and registered lobbyists from the current $590 limit down to a $50 limit. I think it makes sense. In terms of enforcement, I think what we've done previously with our goal of being compliance, transparency, accountability, I think that's the goal of this. It's not to punish folks. It's to show the public that we don't even have an option of taking a significant amount, a gift of a significant amount. And I'm also in favor of this applying to Form 700 filers, obviously mindful that this can be adjusted as we go. But just given where we've been as a city, I think lowering the amount for restricted sources is an important step. It's an opportunity to reassure the public that we remain committed to reestablishing trust. That we're encouraging transparency and accountability. We're eliminating any ambiguous situations that either us or our staff could be in where gifts could be construed as undue influence. It simplifies compliance for us, for officials, and it aligns with ethical best practices while also preventing potential conflicts of interest, reinforcing integrity and professionalism of our public office. So I know Councilmember Diaz, I also appreciate your time and your willingness to discuss this. And again, I'm open to feedback and hearing from my colleagues. But thank you again, Arden and Rob, for your work.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, my colleague. Why are we doing this job? Is to make money or to serve the community? I can only answer that for myself, but I know it's a lot of integrity here to my left. In my case, it was still are a lot of improvement that need to be done in the community. And through the years, putting hopes in every time I vote and then nothing happens, motivated me to, I can do this. If I wouldn't be thinking about making money, I would have probably made way more money working for McDonald's because we don't make money here, guys. It doesn't pay. It doesn't pay monetarily. It pays morally. It pays by satisfaction when you get things accomplished. So I fully support that. Something that includes everybody in the city that is required to fill it up, the 700 form. more than $50, of course, because below $50, you don't have to even to report it in the Form 700. You can, with a 30 days grace period, so you can return that. If you don't, you're gonna have some type of conflict when you vote. And also to that only include the restricted sources or lobbyists. Only for those, which is the one that people could perceive as contribution to buy your vote. I have seen people, we vote one way or the other because we have an ideas and we believe in stuff. It hurt my feeling tremendously when people think that I took money from somebody and voted that way. Just make it clear, we didn't take money. And if somebody will sell the soul for $50, man, you do have problems. So I fully support that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I ask a question of our city attorney? Do all of our council aides file Form 700s? Yes. Or just full-time employees?
Some commissioners file.
They do.
Okay, so no, even if independent contractors, part-time, everyone files a Form 700?
That's correct.
And then department heads?
Absolutely.
Plus the city manager's office. So this would apply to all Form 700 filers?
How many Form 700 filers are there, Arden?
First of all, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Good late evening. Yes, so we approximately have 600 to 700 Form 700 filers in the city of Anaheim. But I like to differentiate. There's what's called designated filers that are designated under the Conflict of Interest Code, and that's Government Code 87300. And then there's high-level filers, which is under Government Code Section 87200. And that's elected officials, planning commission members, and certain department heads. But the total is 600 to 700.
What's the difference between all of those?
High-level filers file from all sources for gifts, so you would report all sources of gifts. For designated filers, those are what the Conflict of Interest Code for that department would designate for that specific filer to file. So some filers within a department file all gifts that would come from within the jurisdiction, and some low-level filers within that department would file only certain types of gifts. So it's what is required to be disclosed. So that's where that $590 limit comes in. It's if you're required to disclose a certain gift.
Yeah, I mean, I'm supportive of this. It doesn't, you know, I'm very, very careful about not letting people buy me a cup of coffee just in case. You know, I guess my one concern would be I don't want it to be a gotcha thing. So, I mean, if we have a curative, non-punitive way in case someone accidentally makes a mistake, I think that's important to consider. And then, I mean, I think, again, I know we always kind of go back to our website, but you know, is there an easier way, maybe as part of this policy, for people to find our Form 700s? Because I think we put a lot of weight on people. You know, I don't want to create more paperwork and have us do a city-specific gift form if we're already doing it with our Form 700s, but maybe we could also explore a way to make it easier on our website, either on our council pages or somewhere to link to the state page where people can go, and if they're interested in what gifts we're declaring or not, that they can at least have easier access to it.
Just to clarify your question, Madam Mayor, does that mean if they have questions about what would be an exception, for example, what they wouldn't file or what they would file?
Well, I mean, just links to our Form 700. So if somebody wants to look at it and go through it, I'm sure none of ours are very exciting, but that way at least it's easier so people can know where to, if they want to look at what our Form 700 says, we have easy access to it. Maybe right next to our public calendars, I don't know.
Yes, hi, Mayor. That's just to answer your question, we do have it on our transparency page where we do have a link to the Form 700s for all our elected officials.
And do we have that for our council aides and for everybody else and department heads, or
No,
just council?
Just council. So we currently do not have for all city filers. It's just for the city council and their council aides.
But they can go to the same state website and find it for department heads and, or I guess, all city filers if they were looking for it?
No, the only Form 700s that goes to the state are those 87-200 filers that aren't specified, which are elected officials, planning commissioners, city manager, city treasurer, and city attorney. With regards to the 87-300 filers, those are just filed with us, and we have them as record, but we do not have them publicly posted on our website. What is posted only on our website, our transparency page, is our elected officials.
So people would have to PRA them?
Correct.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, and then Councilmember Fessel.
I don't have a question in particular to this, but to your comment, could it be easier to find? I would suggest that perhaps the city look into, because I've heard the complaint from others that very difficult to find things on our website. Has the city ever considered a little chat box where you can just type in what you'd like to find out and get a response? And anyway, my thought.
Councilmember Fessel, and then Councilmember Diaz, did you have an additional comment? And then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I'm only going to be here for a few more months, so really I have no axe in this fire. I've been a Form 700 filer since 1998. I'm pretty satisfied with what we have now, and I have no interest in changing it. Thank you.
Another positive that I see with this is that it's sending a message to vendor, contractors, lobbyists, developers, negotiating teams, not to cross a line. Unfortunately, this is a rule that we establish. You're going to be corrupted. You're going to find ways to take cash in hands and see you won't report it. But at least we have a standard that we can show to the people and to show to lobbyists and vendors, hey, we have limits here. We have a standards. That's another positive that I see here. Thank you.
Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I know it's officially an informational item, but if it's okay with you, Mr. City Attorney, I would like to make a motion to provide council direction to you and our ethics officer to come back to us with an ordinance that lowers the current $590 limit for gifts from restricted sources to $50, and limiting that $50 from lobbyists and restricted sources, and limiting that to Form 700 filers for us to be able to consider at a future meeting. I'll ask for a second.
I'll second.
That makes sense.
It was long, but I'll second.
Okay.
Councilmember Meeks, you had a comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped on.
That's okay. If the council wants to do this, I'm not going to vote against it. I will vote for it. I don't see the problem. And like Councilmember Diaz said, if someone was going to be a crook, this isn't going to stop them. And yes, you can buy a lot of nice things for $590, but you can't buy my integrity. And I would hope that everybody on this dais feels the same way about that. So it's just, it's limiting this. Okay, that's fine. Is it going to be, a little more hassle if somebody sends you a gift at Christmas time and you go, oh, wow, is this box of candy, $49.99, or is it $65, and what do I have to return it or whatever? it's going to be a little bit complicated, but we will get through that. And if it makes the community feel better, then we'll do it.
If I may, could I make a comment on that? Councilmember Meeks? The proposed ban would only apply to lobbyists and potential restricted sources, so those with business before the city. So your comment as to receiving a box of chocolate, for example, the state's exceptions, which there are many, there's over 25 exceptions, those would still apply. So there's a good chance that that box of chocolate would not even fall under this further restriction.
But if they send it to you in December and you don't know, then they bring something before council in April and it's within, it's.
The chocolate will be gone.
Yeah, I will have eaten it by then for sure.
Right.
No, I'm just getting you the cheap chocolate now. Sorry, Natalie.
Dang, the Godiva is
Whitman
done.
sampler for everybody.
Yeah, and we could discuss that in more detail as to what exactly would be the restricted source or the timing.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second with no further comments.
Sorry, I stepped away. So this was a discussion item. How come we're voting?
We're just, well, do you want to restate your motion?
Well, there's also an opportunity to provide direction to staff. I think we made that option as well, explicit in the agenda. So this allows us a more formal way to move forward with some of the specifics of an ordinance coming back.
So if you want me to restate the motion, it's essentially, I know it's an informational item. Again, we brought this forward as a discussion point so that we can, if there's any concerns or any other ideas, but the motion is to provide staff direction to bring back an ordinance for our consideration that lowers the 590 to 50, and that we can have a discussion on that ordinance. And other things, but it's a long motion. So I'll call the question. Yeah. Madam Mayor, can we call the question?
Oh, sorry, thank you. We'll call for the question.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion moves forward.
Thanks, Arne. Appreciate it.
Report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, there is no reportable action.
And we don't have any agenda or non-agenda item speakers left over, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
So this is the time for future agenda requests by council members. Does any council member have something they would like to put on the agenda? I'll start with Council Member Meeks and then Council Member Rubicalva.
This actually doesn't need to go on the agenda. We could, I'd like to start with a memo that talks about or tells us about the affordable housing standards that we have at the city and how those compare to current units, market rate units that are being built. What is it costing us per unit for an affordable unit to develop in the area, in the city? I know, and I don't know everything that goes into these, but even with the Tampico motel conversion, I mean, the building's already there, so it's just a conversion. But if you took the cost of that project and just divide it by the number of units that we're getting, it was a lot of money. So I kind of want to understand what it's costing us to develop these and are there ways to reduce that cost so we can provide more units. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva?
Thank you. So I'd like to agendize a street takeover task force assessment from our chief of police. This past weekend, there was a huge takeover in District 1, I believe, which was all over Instagram. And so I would just like to know what our process is. Are we currently part of an Orange County task force? How many police officers do we have focused on this initiative? Do we monitor social media? Because apparently this was, it was actually promoted prior to it happening, not the 7-Eleven situation, but I mean, that was an unfortunate outcome of the street takeover. So that agenda item. This next one will probably get me recalled again or subjected to a recall. I would like to look at an assessment for linkage fees. Today we just talked about inclusionary housing. I would just like to know look at other cities that have linkage fees tied to development across the city. So, right now we're building housing on the backs of housing developers, but what does that look like for employers who are developing businesses here in the city or other just development? So I'd like to look at that. And then if we could also just recognize our community services team, they have done a lot. And I specifically, because I failed to mention them earlier, Nathan and Brian Schwann. So if we can bring in our community services team with Shawnee Larson Cash just for a recognition. They work very hard. I know it's part of their job, but they do a lot of work on our behalf, and it would be great if we could just recognize them. And I'm specifically grateful for the work that these two males did on behalf of Girls in Government. They really took the lead on making sure there was no thought or a thing left behind. So I'd like to bring them in for recognition.
Turn that off. With no other business before the council, I'd like to adjourn the meeting tonight in remembrance of James Jim Klein, and we will be adjourned until October 29th.